Hey, what is up everyone, and welcome to the channel's first ever live stream. So yeah, let's do this thing. This is gonna be a complete winging live stream for me. I've never done a live stream like this before, actually shown my face on the channel. So yeah, I'm totally gonna just do this. So in today's live stream, guys, first off, let's see how does this stats look. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Okay. There we go. Hello, my first hello. Nice. Hello. Nice. This is awesome. Hi, guys. I'm gonna be drinking a lot of water today. Nice. Is my audio coming through? Are you guys hearing me clearly? I did test all of this, but yeah, I just want to check it out. Let me know if you can hear me. Okay, so today's video or live stream, not a video, we are going to be refactoring my portfolio website. So I have wanted to do this a long time now. There's a few, because I built my portfolio website in like basically a week. So there are a few flaws. I built it in NextJS, so that's pretty nice. So you're gonna see a little bit of NextJS as well today. NextJS is basically just React. So, you know, if you learn a project in NextJS or you're learning a project in just normal React, it's basically the same thing. We have a few extra functionalities with NextJS, and you'll see that actually today. So, awesome. I'm glad you guys can hear me. Material UI, we're going to be using Material UI today. I prefer Material UI. I haven't tried Ant Design yet. I do like these CSS or, you know, component style libraries the last few months, because yeah, it's just awesome. And if you actually learn how to use them properly, you can basically customize everything and yeah, build a completely custom looking site. So let me actually pull up my website to show you what we are going to be working on today. So that was a pretty quick load, and thanks to NextJS, and yeah, it's just awesome versatile hosting platform. This is quite easy to set up, so let me actually go to that screen. Still getting used to all of this. So there we are. Okay, so now my face is at least isn't that big. I think a lot of you are happy about that. Yeah, Mantine is also very cool. I've heard of that. It's basically Material UI. Just gives a little bit, I think, more components, like the data range picker is pretty cool. But so we're going to be working on this website, and currently this is built in Next.js and just plain CSS. I didn't use any CSS library or component library for this. So my idea is I'm going to take this exact site looking like this, and I'm going to refactor it using Material UI for the front end. So I'm going to do a few changes in the back end as well. For example, I have this contact form. And one problem I have with this contact form, I never did front-end form validation. So you're able to submit this by just filling in rubbish. So you can just, I think this has to be an email form, but you can like fill in, you don't have to select anything here. And then just send, and it sends the message, and then I will get this email. So I want to add some nice form validation. This blog section, I have a few blogs that gets pulled in. These are just actual static blog files that are saved with my website, like on the same server on Versal. So it's not the best way. I'm gonna try and do this with Strappy. If you haven't heard of Strappy yet, Strappy is a headless content management system, which is actually very cool. Like, you can do so many things. Like, I would definitely recommend, if you have never written a Node.js Express API or any, you know, Node framework for web servers, you can definitely start using stuff like Strappy. because it just makes what's happening to your data very clear, and then you actually learn about RESTful APIs. You can use GraphQL APIs. I prefer REST just because I'm used to it. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to stop looking there because the camera is over there, but yeah, not used to looking at a camera. So yeah, this I'm using Swiper.js, which is a very nice carousel package. And if we actually were to make this mobile, it turns into this nice looking cube. So we make it mobile, then we have this cube that spins around like this. So I didn't build this carousel on my own, and this would probably be like a whole project just to do this. So this is using Swiper.js, and I just made two components that switch between different breakpoints on the screen. So this is pretty nice. And it's smooth, it looks nice, works well on mobile. You can, use your thumb. Then I have a list of some of my recent projects. I also want to add this in dynamically. Currently it's hard-coded into my website, which I don't want. I want to go into a dashboard or in some panel and update the content here. And I want to update these cards to have like a spin. Like I did this in a Udemy course. Like I have my Udemy projects on here as well, because I actually spend a lot of time with my Udemy courses and doing them and ensuring that I understand. So here on this GIF here, you can see this card spinning around like this. I want to do this with these cards as well, but if I'm not able to replicate that today, I'm just going to make a hover effect that basically will then allow you to actually click on a link and view this specific website. So I would definitely recommend, if you want to show people your portfolio pieces, put them on GitHub pages or Netlify free hosting or Vercel free hosting, and put a link there. You don't have to buy a domain. Most of these services give you like a free SSL certificate, which is awesome. A few years back you didn't get that, but yeah. And here I have my services. I also want to make this dynamic. Currently it's like fixed, static to the page. And if you click find more, it opens up this modal and it kind of tells you more what's included in this service package of I do freelancing as well. So yeah, I want to add these service entries into some content management system, which is going to be Strappy, and it will manage, allow me to add in more. So yeah, and then we just have a basic footer, all of my social media links, and then a bottom navigation. The contact form basically just pops open. I showed you this, and I'm using SendGrid. Currently I have built my own Express API just to send emails, but that's kind of overkill. I'm hosting it on Linode. But yeah, I've just started to realize, start using these headless content management systems, because they give you like a bare bone API to work from. You can extend from it, and Strappy specifically, the reason I'm using it now is it's very customizable. You can go into the code and write your own endpoints and logic inside of the controllers and all of those things like you would do if you had your own Express API. The blog section, if you actually were to click a blog, it then renders out a blog post. This is all markdown, so it's basically, I have a readme MDN markdown file. It's not called readme, but it's called Git and GitHub setup, and it basically just, there is a React package where you can parse markdown. So this would be like in markdown, it would be a specific symbol and then the title to give it this H1 look. And you have code blocks as well. So I'm gonna dive into this project. I didn't open my project at all before this live stream, so I'm totally winging it like I said, and I want to start just refactoring this website. So so you guys are gonna see how I take something that's already there, and you're gonna see how I switch it out with Material UI, get the benefits of Material UI, and see how to learn how to use it. And yeah, I think that's a good way of learning it. If it's not, you guys should let me know. So let me check the chat here. So any Web3 content coming? Yeah, I'm not really into the Web3 space, so not from this channel, unfortunately not. Do you have a Udemy course? If not, it would be a treat to have you as a tutor. Oh, thank you very much. I will start doing these type of live streams. I will be available on Discord if people want to like connect with me on Discord. Obviously, I don't do like YouTube for a living. I actually have a job, so it's not like I make courses, and that's why the YouTube channel, I try and post as much as I can. That's why I'm doing the live stream, so I at least get value out to people when I do like something I have to do, like I have to refactor this website. So hopefully you guys get some value out of this. But okay, I've talked way too much now, so let me actually get into the project. So I'm gonna go down here. Just wanna make sure my setup is fine. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so we're gonna open up Material UI's documentation. Let's actually go ahead and open the project first. So here I just pulled down my project. We have the backend, which I actually can remove everything in here because I'm gonna do it from the start because I haven't actually done anything. And then here is my front end, so the website hosted on Vercel. So I'm just gonna open this in a terminal, and then I'm gonna open it with code, the full stack Junkie, the backend. So let's actually start with the front end first. I'm gonna open the front end project. And currently I don't have Material UI installed on this project, so I have to now go to the Material UI docs and start doing the installation steps of starting to use Material UI. And this is usually the first thing you'll do with most documentation is you'll probably go to the docs section and then the installation. And here you can see, you know, Material UI is the world's most popular React framework. If you want to read more, you go to the About Us page. But here we can see that you can install it with Yarn or with npm. So I'm going to be using Yarn. npm. I'm thinking about switching to Yarn. Just I don't really know what the specific benefits would be. Probably Yarn manages package versions and, you know, dependencies better. Not sure. But basically I'm copying this where we install Material UI and then the emotion React and then the emotion style. So these are just other libraries that Material UI uses to style its components. So you don't need to use that, but yeah, we'll get to that. I actually don't ever use these styling libraries. I just use normal CSS files still for that specific changes I want. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is here you can use a different style. So here it's using the Material UI style engine, and here it's using emotion. So you can choose either one. Okay, the next thing by default, Material UI uses the Roboto font. And the Roboto font you can install actually. So if we go to these instructions over here, just open it in a new tab. Then we can see it gives us this npm command we can run to install it from @font source. So you can actually get a lot of different fonts and install it here, and then we just need to add this to our first entry point of our project. So let's go back to the project. And here I just want to say npm install and this Roboto font. Then I'm going to copy these, which basically are just the imports of these fonts that I just installed. And see, this is what I think Yarn handles better. You know, if packages versions are different, I'm not sure. I'm guessing that's what it is. Now I have to import this. So the root file of a NextJS project. Okay. So in React, you'll have your source. Here you have just a normal folder directory. So inside of our pages, this app_app.tsx. So I actually did this project in TypeScript as well. So you guys will be seeing some TypeScript as well. Which is, don't get overwhelmed. It's actually, it just makes development so much easier with JavaScript. You pick up spelling errors, you know, logical errors, you know, all of these different type errors that you don't think. And the interfaces makes you know, autocomplete in your code base as you go, very easy. So that's the idea. So yeah, okay, now I actually have to import Material UI. So here is my global CSS styles. So I'm actually going to import the fonts here as well. So this is my global.css file. So inside of the styles, we have this global. And here, npm, or here I've set up a few things, okay? But usually if you start a Next.js project, this would just have some of these basic stylings. Okay, so what did I add in here? So hi there, if anybody that's new, I'm basically just refactoring my website. So we're gonna be going through some of the code that I've written already and start implementing Material UI instead. So I'm not gonna go into the CSS file for now. Okay, here I've added in the fonts. So the next thing I need to do is actually close this up. So we've got the Roboto font. The next thing we need is the font icons. So we can also install this with npm. We see some instructions over there, and it will then give us this install link for the Material UI icons material. So this is very nice. So you don't have to use like Font Awesome or, you know, Ionicons or stuff like that. Material UI has its own. So I can actually install that. Let me just hide. Like that. Okay, now it should. Okay. So now we've installed those. Now we can use and import them like this. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so we can close this up. And I believe that was the last thing. We actually could have gotten the code from there. Yeah, that's basically it. Now we've got Material UI installed into our project. Now we can start using it. We can start using all of these components, the theme, everything that Material UI gives us. So this is great. So I'm just going to recap what I did. I ran these commands. So if I up arrow key, I first had to install. So let me increase my font size. We first had to install at material, which is basically all of these components. It gives us all of these material components. Then we have some emotion react and emotion styled. So these basically just allow us to style our components in a different way. So there are a few different ways of styling components in Material UI, and we'll actually see a way of not using these. But yeah, the documentation on these are good as well, so you can go ahead. I just haven't gotten into a use case for using them yet. Okay, so the next thing we installed was the Roboto font. So we installed it using this command over here. And then we installed the icons. So obviously most web apps and websites have some icons. I believe I have. I don't even know. Let's check. I don't. Oh, here I have these icons. And these icons, I can almost guarantee you Material UI has them. So that's going to be awesome. There's a few icons. I don't think I have icons here. No. Contact form, nothing. Okay. Sweet. So let's actually start with the nav bar. I think that's a good place to start. I'm going to work on the nav bar. So let's actually go into my project and see how this is laid out. So I'm going to close up this website now because we don't need the live one. I'm going to actually go into... this seems a little bit too zoomed in for me now. Is this too small for you guys to read? Just let me know. Let me check the comments again. Hey man, I love your videos. Thank you very much. Random stuff. I have used your React Redux e-commerce tutorial to clear my concept on Redux. That's awesome, man. Yeah, Redux and state management. We can talk about all these things in these type of live streams. I've actually haven't used Redux in quite some time. I've been only using React Context because it just seems so. It kind of does the same thing and it's kind of built in. No extra documentation needed, and it just makes your understanding of how state flows in React actually much better. So definitely would suggest understanding and working with context well before using Redux. Redux definitely has its benefit, great dev tools, just a great development experience, and they have Redux Toolkit as well, which gives a lot of benefits. It's like a nice mix between context and different things. I'm currently working for my own freelancing website with similar stack. Only difference is that I use Tailwind CSS. Flexibility of Strappy CMS has totally amazed me. Right, I feel the exact same way. It's actually crazy that it's free. It's not like Sanity or all these other headless CMSs where they host it for you, so you're actually restricted to their platform, and you don't get as much customizability on the free part, where Strappy is just completely free. You can just run a command and use it and customize everything from it. So yeah, okay, enough talk, let me get into this project. So I'm gonna run npm run develop just to get this website up so we can see how it looks. Okay, I have that running there. Let me just open another browser. So many things going on my screen. Sometimes I think 2 monitors is not enough, but then I just convince myself that I'm being a spoiled person. Okay, so here we have the development server running with the website. So let's actually navigate into the navbar component. So I'm just going to open up the DevTools on the side so we have that ready. I have my React DevTools set up, so in here we can see everything we need from the component tree. So I'm going to start with this navbar component. So let me actually go in there right now. Okay, going to close that terminal up. Just going to save this, close it up. See, everything's still running, that's good. Okay, so inside of the components, I'm guessing I had it. And we have the navbar component. Then we have an inner navbar and a scrolled navbar. Then we have a module CSS file for the navbar, and then a navbar.tsx. So how I usually structure my folders are components, and then each component has its own folder. And then what I'm going to change in this project, instead of naming the navbar folder file navbar, I'm just going to name this index.tsx. So now it might break my app, because there where I imported the navbar/navbar, it's missing. So I'm gonna actually go there now, and start fixing things from here. Okay, so where do I use the navbar component? So let's see, the navbar component, it gets used inside of the layout.tsx. So in here, so its import needs to change. Okay, so it already updated here, so this is great. And there we can see it's fixed. So that's the only place where we use the navbar according to this. Let's see, here is the actual navbar component. Here's the CSS file, here's the inner nav. So I want exactly that word. So yeah. Okay, so now we can actually start diving in. So I like this folder structure where the navbar or the component's folder name has a index.js or tsx so then the import gets short circuit. So I don't have to go in here and say index. It kind of automatically picks it up, so I can just say navbar. And then I can start nesting components that the navbar needs. For example, the inner nav and the scrolled nav is only navbar components that the navbar uses. The other components doesn't use these actual components. Let's see, in the layout.css, I think I used this is not used, we can remove that. We have the scrolled navbar over here. So this, in my opinion, should actually then be outside. It should be its own component. So, okay, let's see, it's the footer. We have more info, and this is the layout file. So I'm wrapping probably my entire app with this. So if I go into the pages inside this underscore app.js, I'm just gonna collapse everything in here and then start opening it up from one line at a time. So here I have my JSX, And let's see, it's my side menu state. We have some contact modal state. We have more info modal state. And then we have our layout. So here we can see I'm wrapping my entire app with this layout component. And then we have the NextJS part of the rest of your app. So this is basically where the rest of your app gets added. Okay, so in order to actually use Material UI properly and its theme, we need to wrap our component tree, so our entire app, with something called the theme provider. So I'm going to actually import that in this file. So this can go all the way at the bottom because these are layout. This can actually go down here as well because it's files imported. So I did a few random things when I had to add, for example, my Google Analytics tag. I did it in a use effect here because that's at that time the only way I found a way to do this. So yeah, let's actually get that Material UI imported. So import from @material UI material, so that import, and then here I want to import the theme provider, this one right over here. So this is basically a context. So once again, we use context and we share a theme across the entire React app by using the theme provider. So if we have a button and we want to give it a color of the theme's primary color, then this theme provider gives us the ability to pass that down easily. And it makes writing consistent apps very, very smooth. So I'm just going to wrap it at the complete start. So theme provider, just close that up. And then I'm going to wrap the entire app with the theme provider. So this theme provider, you can see it's giving us an underline. This component makes the theme available down the React tree. It should preferably be used at the root of your component tree. So isn't this the root, or is it just slow now? I think it's just a little bit slow to picking up that it's the root. So okay, here it's saying it's missing the theme property. So once again, TypeScript kind of just totally saving us, or it's making our code more structured and according to documentation, because TypeScript kind of gives that to our code. It gives our code this documentation. So I can go to the theme, and here I can see exactly what this theme is. It's a theme provider, and we can pass it a theme. So if I hover over this, we can see a theme provider prop, the default theme. So if I don't provide anything, it just takes a default theme. So I actually don't need to provide this. But if I do provide it, which I'm going to create something here called the custom theme. And all I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a function from Material UI that allows me to customize properties on this theme. So what theme am I talking about? So let's actually go to Material UI's docs and I can show you. So if we go under the customization and we scroll down, we can see here is an option called default theme. Okay, so the default theme will give us this box. So if I expand all, you can see it's like an object with key value pairs. And this theme gets spread to your entire app, so you can make things light and dark mode in your app, which most modern apps today have, very quickly and easily without having to worry about nesting spaghetti, CSS properties throughout your entire app. It's all inside of this single object. It's a big object. I mean, if you scroll down, this has a lot of properties on it that you can customize. But most of these properties you will maybe not touch, or you'll get used to understanding how they customize. So the breakpoints, usually I just leave the breakpoints to these. So an extra small screen is in between those sizes, then a medium and small is in between. So I usually go with the material rules when it comes to breakpoints. So we can actually customize this object. So in here we can see the palette, we can see its light mode, we can see there's common colors, which is black and white, we have primary color, and then we have 4 different properties to help us determine how the primary color is going to be used in our app. So for example, we have a main primary color and we have a light primary color, which if you like hover over a button, or you click a button, or you know, the button is, you know, trying to be, you know, unavailable, it's like disabled or something, you can give it the light color or a gray color. And here you have a secondary, error states, warning, info, success, and these standard colors are actually very nice. I mean, they're very nice. And you have some gray variances you can choose from, which, if you think about it, if you start a project like a website, building up your palette for your CSS so you have consistent colors is actually a good practice to do, and Material UI kind of gives that to you. They start you off from a very good point. You know, you can start from here and start using the things and completely change everything. Then we have some text. The nice thing I like here as well is the typography. So you can style how H1 would look. So we will get into how typography is used in the app. But you can style all of the properties that's, you know, important for your app in order to have these H1s and typography look like you want to. So this theme we then style using the create theme function. So from Material UI, we import create theme, and TypeScript gives us nice module import like help. It helps us a lot. Use TypeScript. Okay, so we have create theme, and we run it as a function. And if we hover this, TypeScript once again gives us a few things. We can generate a theme based on the options received. So first off, it takes options object, so you can see it's an object, and it takes an incomplete theme object and adds the missing parts. So for example, if I just want to go in and change the primary color to a different blue, then it's going to use all of the other colors as it is, but just change the primary color. So you can see the flexibility that you already have. You can change any color and any property. The rest will like spread in this new custom theme, but you can customize as deep as you want. So this object that it takes is now this object. So I can go and say breakpoints, and I can edit whatever these breakpoints are here. I can edit everything in this object and give it new values. And they even have like mobile responsive breakpoints where you can, for example, add a different font size for the H1 on different breakpoints on the screen, which is, it's awesome, because if you wanted to do that yourself, you would have to make a component, which is typography, which Material UI already does. And for that component, you will have to have like a CSS sheet where you have different breakpoints based on some, you know, breakpoints you've preset in your app, which Material UI already gives you. And then you're kind of reinventing the wheel. So yeah, this is pretty good. But there's a lot of these type of themes, like you guys have mentioned in the chat. Okay, so let me actually go back into the comments here and see what's going on. Hi, please zoom VS Code a bit. Okay, so is the VS Code not zoomed enough? I feel like this is a little bit too much, but is this better? I'm currently working with my own freelancing website with similar stack. Okay, I've read that before. Do you use Redux or Context for global state? It's like I said before, I prefer using Context. It's very easy and quick, and it's custom to React. So that's awesome. Or, you know, built into React. If you had one more global state, how would you wrap it in theme or around the theme? Okay, so the idea behind this context tree, right? So I can actually refactor this into something else, and I like doing this, is saying I'm going to create a new function. I'm going to call it app context tree. Okay, so this is going to be a normal functional component, and all I'm going to do is here I'm just going to return all of my context. So all of my global state or things that I want my app to have access across multiple components without having to like prop drill it through. I can add all of these. So it's not part of the layout, so I'm just going to leave the layout there. I'm going to add this in here, and I'm actually going to copy this down, oops, just once. And now I have to switch everything around so that they're in the correct order. So this one needs to go there and save, and then I'm just going to add closing tags. So this one should have the closing tag, and closing tag. And then in between these more info modals, I wrap children that I get from this component. So all functional components gets a property called children. And you'll see TypeScript is complaining with me here because he's like, listen, this is a function, right? And you're trying to pull children out of this function, which sounds weird, but there's no, you haven't declared what this function's properties are. So a way to do that is actually saying this is a React functional component. So you can do that by saying React-fc component, and then it kind of knows that it gets children. But what I like to do, and what I've been taught in courses, is create an interface here. So let's just call it app context interface. So basically we're just going to describe to this function what this object it's going to receive. So basically what I do is I say interface with that same name, and I give it a children's property. So this function will definitely get a children. See, you can see the highlight went away because I said, okay, this function is going to receive an object with the children's property, and this will be of React node type. So you can see React gives us that type. So it got imported somewhere here with React node. So these file imports are terrible for me. So let me just set them up better. React should always be at the top because it's our primary dependency, and then we can set it up like this. NextJS is actually our primary one, so you can set that at the top. Here we have all of our global context being pulled in, our CSS. This is also CSS, and this is some Google Analytics tags. I'm just gonna mark it as Google Analytics tags, something like that. We have the navbar and footer styles, and here we have custom CSS, or our internal CSS of our project. So here I'm actually gonna change the primary color. So I'm gonna go to the palette, and I'm gonna change the primary color settings, which is also an object. And here we have the main, and we have light, and we have dark. Oops. And then we have I think it's contrasting color, text color. So let's say you have a button, right? And the primary color of your app is blue, and the button's text can't be blue as well. So here we are specifying if the primary color of the button is blue, then give it a contrasting text, which is awesome. You kind of have to do this anyway, so it makes sense. So I'm just gonna wrap it with my full stack Junkie's color. So this is not working now, so let's actually go to the main site. I'm just going to pull up my color tool. I'm going to select my brand color, which I don't know by heart, which is probably a bad thing, but don't hate me for it. Okay, so in here I'm just going to paste in the same color for all of these, just for now. And then for my contrasting text, you can see on my website, what is the contrasting text here? It's white, right? Because we want to add the white text on the primary background. So this is a primary color button, but it has white text. This is a secondary color color button, but it has black text. If you hover, it changes obviously, and that's where the theme comes in handy. But here you can see what I mean by all of these. Okay, so yeah, let's actually jump into the contrasting text. Is going to be white. So now I take this custom theme and I actually give it to the theme provider. So now this theme provider gets this object. Why is this not formatting it correctly? Oh, it shouldn't be a function like that, just like this. Okay, so this should actually go in one more, and then bump that up. Oops. Like this. Why is Prettier not formatting this? Okay, it's because here it's missing. Okay. Yeah, I jumped a little bit around there, but basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove all of this, and I'm going to call the function app context tree, and then just wrap our entire app inside of this context tree. So let's remove this use effect. So here I'm basically creating one component that contains all of my context in my tree. And if I scroll up, I can see it's the theme provider, it's the side menu state, it's the contact modal state, and this is context that gets pulled to my entire app. So I can actually refactor this into its own component. So let me do that. I'm going to make a component. I'm going to call it app context tree. And I'm going to give it an index.tsx file. So like I said, I like doing it this way. I'm going to say rafce, just create a normal functional component. I can say React context tree. And now I can go and copy this component actually just like this. Didn't need to do that. And then I'm going to create inside of this components file, I'm going to create another file called interfaces.ts. So it's not a tsx because it's not returning any JSX. It's just a normal JavaScript file. And here I'm just going to add in that interface that I created up here. I'm going to add it in here. And import this React node again. Then I'm just going to export this interface. So now I can import this interface into this file and it would pick it up. So we can see it imported from the interface file. And now we need to import all of these context states and stuff. So I'm going to go back to the app. I'm going to remove everything here. Going to import this app tree component, which gets imported from components/apps tree, and we don't have to specify the index.tsx like I mentioned before. So over here, and this custom theme, it's going to go into this folder over here, and it needs the create theme function. So I'm going to grab this imports and I'm going to move it all the way here. Okay, so now this function only needs these states. So I'm actually going to grab all of these global states, and their imports might change now, right? Because their imports, and immediately TypeScript tells me, listen, these imports are not right. You can see TypeScript is giving me this warning. Once again, guys, just use TypeScript. Honestly, you'll save yourself so much time and irritation when it's actually your fault, and TypeScript has the ability to warn you. Okay, so it's going to be one level up, I'm guessing, and then out. Yep, just like this. Okay. So now this file is fine, and we have our custom theme object created here, and I feel like this is a nice, this can actually be one down, a nice refactor. Okay, so we can actually remove that because we're not using that React node anymore in this file. Okay, and our app now is wrapped with an app context, with a layout, and then our components. So now our app context can be filled up from here. So we can create this big state tree only inside of this context tree, and we can, you know, refactor this even more if it becomes really, really big. Okay, so that's the first part. We haven't gotten to Material UI yet, so we've only did a little bit of refactor. Okay, but everything is still working. The site's not broken. This is the wrong one. The site's not broken, so that's good. Now let's actually go into the navbar and start using Material UI's components. So inside of the navbar, we have this index.tsx, which gets wrapped by a fragment. It has a navbar tag, which has a class of navbar, an ID of home, and then inside it we have an inner nav. So let's actually go into this CSS file. Just open both of these. I have to start using this command palette here to walk through my files, but I think it's going to be too quick for the video, so you might get lost. I'm not sure. Let me check the comments here again a quick. Global state doesn't need access to styles. Our theme context also doesn't need other contexts, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's like you said, it's not dependent on the rest of the app style, unless you have something. Let's say an authenticated user gets a red state for the theme, and a non-authenticated user gets like a blue state for the theme. Then you would probably have like some hierarchy how you structure your tree of state that gets passed down. I think we need create cache in NextJS to work with Material UI. I've worked with Material UI in a few projects, and I'm not sure of that create that you're talking about. Okay, how you handle styling custom CSS in Material UI. Okay, you'll see all of that now. So this is wrapped in a fragment. I'm not sure why, and we have this function or this property where we just give it a width, a background color, and then a box shadow. So now I actually want to change this into a Material UI navbar. So I'm actually going to do it down here. I'm just going to say navbar like this. Just going to hide this for now so it doesn't complain. And all I'm going to do here is return. So in Material UI, when you work with the DOM, you have your container called a div, right? But with Material UI, we tend to use a component called a box. So if you go into the components, we can see there's something called a box. Let me just search for it. Box. And the box basically just gives you a div. So you can do all of the CSS styling you would ever want to do on a div, you can do it on a box as well. So why not working with Tailwind CSS? I've worked with Tailwind CSS before. Tailwind, I don't think you need to mix it in with Material UI. That doesn't necessarily make sense to me because I feel like that gets a little bit too bloated with frameworks. Material UI has enough to get styled on its own. If you use Tailwind CSS just on its own, it's great for building like small components. Like if you build a button, building it with Tailwind is a lot easier than building it with just normal CSS because it's quicker and short. Okay, so the navbar does this type of thing, so that has nothing to do with the fragment. So we can just use a box. I'm going to use a box in Material UI, which is basically just a div. You can imagine it as a div. And you can do a lot of styling on this box in two ways. You can either add a class name and give it the class navbar that I pulled in over here, which gets added up here, and then ultimately it comes from here. We can give it that same class, or we can give it a property called SX and pass in any style object. So here we can say background, and you will see it give us background color and all of the CSS properties we can use. So this is almost considered inline styles for Material UI. So I'm gonna use that across certain parts, but for now I'm just gonna add in the navbar style as it's already there. And it's giving us this background color and the box shadow, which I don't think we need. So let's actually, instead of using this, so let's actually not use that. So I'm going to remove that, and inside it we have that inner nav. So the interesting part is going to be probably how this inner nav component looks like. So once again we have inner nav.module.css and inner nav.tsx. And in the inner nav we have a div, which is a container wrapper, and then we have a navbar inner, which is another div, and then we have a UL, and here we probably have the hamburger, which only gets displayed on small screens, and then here we have the list. So if I were to show this in the actual website, it would be this part. So we have the logo and the name, which is this logo, and then we have this unordered list of links. So we have all of these links, and if we go to the app, we can see, why is it not okay? Then we can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links. So we have this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links, and then we have a button here which is not visible on desktop, but it's this hamburger button. So I can actually refactor this entire thing using Material UI very quickly. Just going to Material UI, I'm going to search for app bar. And here I already get a base app bar that I can use. So I'm just going to grab this initial one. Going to copy everything from in here. And I'll walk through all of these components in just a sec. And basically, in here, instead of having all of this, we're going to have all of this. So I'm actually going to copy this out for now. And then I'm going to work on this. So I have to import all of these components from Material UI. So the app bar. You can even set up settings like the position sticky. Then we have a toolbar, which basically just displays everything as flex. So a toolbar just gives you that flexibility. It's something that comes with flex built in. Then we have this icon button, which allows us to add in an icon, and we'll import this icon now. Here we have a typography component, which I talked about previously. It's for text. Any text on your website, you have different variants of text. We have an H1, we have a body, caption, button, overline, different types of text. And we use typography because it helps us to style it across the theme. So if we want to change the way H1s look, we can do it in the theme instead of having to go everywhere else and do it. And then we have the button components, also from Material UI, and it's just a color inherit. So we need to import this menu icon. So let me actually, I want to remove this, but I don't want to because I don't want to lose everything. What do flex grow do? Okay, so this property, I'll discuss that now. So it basically just takes up the entire space. It's like saying width 100, or you take as much space as your component can in the DOM. So if you are able to take 100%, take 100%. But if there is another part in your line of the DOM, let's say there's a block that's 300 pixels, then take everything that's not taken by that 300 pixels. So you get the rest of the page. That's basically what flex grow 1 means. Okay, let's import that icon. So I'm just gonna grab it from here, menu icon. And we've already installed the icons, so we can just import it like this, boom. Now this page shouldn't have any errors, and in here we can actually just go ahead and quickly import that. We can say inner nav. Where was it imported from? Inner nav, inner nav. I can save. Let's go see how this looks. So we can see this is the nav bar. Let's actually hide the rest of the app. So we only focus on the nav bar for now. I like doing it this way sometimes. So I'm going to go to my layout actually, because that's where I add in the nav bar. And I'm just going to hide everything else. Going to comment that out and save. Now we can only see the nav bar on the screen. So this is, I want to start working from here. So as you can see, straight out of the box, it's the same color as my other nav bar. So let's use the live website versus this one. It's the same color because I set it up in my theme, and it automatically just drew that through. So that's pretty cool. Okay, here we have the icon. So the key is to understanding Material UI is understanding components, right? In React, you have all of these components with properties that allows you to customize it, and then this property allows you to customize basically everything you want. Here you have margin right of 2. So if we go to the icon, we can see it has like a gap here. If we hover it, you can see there is that margin, that orange part is the margin right of 2. So if I make this 6, you can see it's a lot bigger now. So that's how they just show you how to use these. Okay, so I'm just going to collapse that. So we're in the toolbar. Now I want to get it to look the same as this one up here. Okay, so this has a class of container, which we allow the website to be inside of. So Material UI also gives you a container, and we can actually wrap that. Then we can use a container from Material UI, and then we can set the extra large size or the max width property on this container. It has a few, so if you just, it has large, medium, small, extra small, and it has extra large as well. So I'm going to set it to extra large. Now the thing, yeah, there it goes. Now the thing to note, right, this extra large property is based on the breakpoints in the theme. So in Material UI, when we had that theme, we had a breakpoints property, and the extra large breakpoint is now based off of that theme. So you have the ability to go and change that as well. I wouldn't recommend going in and changing that because, yeah, it's good getting used to certain breakpoints and always building your apps according to them. If you need a real custom one, you can go in and edit. So extra large screen is this amount of pixels. So that's pretty neat. Let's see how you guys are doing. How are you guys doing in the chat? How is my speed? Am I going through it all right? Are you guys following me? I know I'm taking a while to get into it, but yeah, I'm just walking through everything in the app, so you know, understand where I'm working from. Okay. So this is where the breakpoints come from. So let me just add everything in here. Don't have multiple tabs open the whole time. We can close up this terminal. Okay, so now to get it to look the same way, right? So we want this thing to look like this. So we can see it has a container here on the screen. You know, it's walking all the way through. So this part is in the container, that's not in the same container. But now we can group it easily with Material UI. Okay, I want to give this div, the inside div, a class of navbar inner, which then gets styled how. So navbar inner gets a display of flex. We justify content with space between. We have a line item center and a padding. So we can give that to this toolbar actually, or the app bar. The toolbar kind of does this already. So we have this icon, button, and some typography, and a button. So this is how the flex container would look like. It has 3 items inside of it. But our flex container looks a little bit different. We have the logo component, which we're going to add in here. And then we can actually give this a box. We can make this a box, and then we can give it a class name of the same as this div, because this div basically wrapped the entire inners of the app bar, and this is the same thing that the toolbar did. So this is coming from classes dot inner. Is it classes? Yeah. Okay, that's all good. So we can add that in there. It's complaining about the spelling. I'm just going to remove that. Okay, so we have the logo in, because that's correct. We have this logo area. Then we have an unordered list of hoverable things over here, and that's it. So we can remove this icon button because this is not needed. We can remove this typography because this is also not needed. But we can use this to create this list of hoverable items. So I'm actually going to check how this is done. We're having an unordered list. So I'm just going to copy all of this so that I can work with this part and refactor it to Material UI. So I'm just going to go in here, copy this, just remove all of these. Okay, and save that. If we actually were to pull that in and see how it looks, we're getting there. This container is actually on the wrong spot. This box should still be a box. Let's go ahead and make that a box so it fits the entire screen, right? So we're getting there, but we want the container to be part of this internal part here. So this is the entire app bar. This is telling it to stretch the entire floor, and here we want to give this inner a container. So I'm gonna wrap this in a container, basically telling it, listen, you shouldn't stretch the entire screen. I'm gonna give it a max width of XL. So now if I close this up, we can kind of see we got the same vibe going here, right? It's there. We're getting there. Okay. So this unordered list, I want to refactor to Material UI components. So that's the idea behind this entire app. We're not going to have any DOM stuff left. It's only going to be Material UI. You can use like a div for different placements, stuff like that. But yeah, let's see. Can you do a hard refresh? Hello, could you do a tutorial on smart contracts with React.js? And then, hey dude, hey Jason. Like a Jason. Hey dude, love your content. Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, so we can actually remove this login button because that's not needed here as well. And then we're set up with this. So we get the same hoverable effects because we're still passing through the same CSS on this. So we can actually go ahead now and remove this. We still have this button here, right? So let's just keep that, which gets outside of the UL. Add that in, but you shouldn't see this here. Let's just go ahead and remove that. You shouldn't see the button here, right? Because it's not in mobile, but as soon as I go into mobile view, there you can see the button, right? It kind of does that with the CSS in the background, and we're still using Material UI app bar. So we have the theme pulling through, we have all of that functionality. Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna refactor this to use Material UI. I don't actually need this 3 divs anymore because I can just use an icon, and this div can be a box. So I'm just gonna give this a box, and let's actually make all 3 of these boxes just to show you. It's basically a div. It does the exact same thing, right? So I can save this and go back, and I still get my 3 icons. You want me to do a hard refresh? Okay, I'm doing a hard refresh. There you go. Did a hard refresh. Okay, so now we got this navbar looking the same. So I feel like this is probably fine for now. I don't know if we're going to get the scrolling effect as well, but we should do that. So this is fine for now. And let's see, the UL we can actually go. So in Material UI we have something called a list. So obviously, what do you use a list for? When you make list items, right? So it's basically like an unordered list. So here we can use the Material UI list, and we can give this a list item property, and then we have our link. So I'm gonna just create this as list item. I'm gonna copy and paste this for all of the allies, just like that. Okay, and save this. Let's see what we get. We have a little bit of a squished effect, and we'll check out why it's doing this. Let's open up the dev tools, and I think we have classes on them that might be messing up how they look. So this list item then gives us different styling. So let's actually remove my styling and see what we are left with. Okay, I can remove this now. We don't need this anymore. So we're only returning the Material UI themes. I'm gonna quickly remove this class name just to see what I get printed out. I'm gonna save it like this, and it's a little bit smaller. We don't get the hover effect, but these boxes are not giving enough space. So let's see why it's doing this. So some property is not set correctly. This ally, this UL. So you can see the Material UI components gets translated to DOM components in the background. But if you use Material UI components, all of them now has access to this theme. So you're able to change the theme. So if I wanted to make my background color something else, I can just go into the app file. I can just go in here where I created the theme. Oh, I created the theme in the context tree. So I can go into this app context tree, and I can change the theme, and I can make this purple and save. And if I go back, oh, purple is not a color. Why is it not a color? Let's just give it a something like this. We can see it has a dark color. Or let's give it a yeah, I'm not really sure what's a good color here. 5, 6, 7, 9, something like this. 9, 0. You give it a, you can see it just updates the theme. So if you start using it across your entire app, now everything gets updated by just changing this. Where, let's be true, if you do it in your code base right now, will you be able to do this? No. If you do, congratulations, then you don't need Material UI. But if you don't, you need Material UI because it's just smart to use it. Okay, let's go back to my primary color, which is that one. Okay, sweet stuff. So now we need to figure out why this list is making things weird. So this actually has to take in width of 100%. This doesn't change anything. Fit content, this also doesn't change anything. It's like the UL is restricted to its length, which is weird because I didn't give it a length property. So it's like this is not adapting to the sizes of the, it's like staying that exact size. So we have flex. Do we give it a width? Let's see. width of 100%. That's fine, but it doesn't look like it's highlighted, so it's not being used. So that's just going to give us the display of flex. So let's just go back to that. I'm jumping around a little bit, guys. I'll get used to not jumping around this much. But yeah, here we just have a list. None of these have any class names on them. So it's basically just this list item. I think we need something else as well. We need a list item text. So if I go in here, you can see we have a list with a list item. We can disable the padding. Then we have a list item button. And then inside of the button we have an icon, a list item icon. Then we have inside of this button still we have a list item text. I think we need this list item text inside of our buttons here. Okay, so this is a link, and the link is from NextJS, and it basically just links us to different pages. It's like the React router, but it's just using the NextJS way. So like I said, in this live, I'm not going to go into how NextJS works and stuff. I'll give tutorials on that, but yeah, this is just working with these technologies. So what I like to do is just break up all of these list items so it's easier for my eyes to see where I'm working from. Like this, okay? So here we have the first list item which has a link, and we now want to wrap this text inside of a text list item text. Let's see if material UI gets imported. There we go. And add that in here, and let's go back to the page, see how it looks. Still giving the same effect where it's not updating this correctly. Okay, so this is the part where we start debugging why it's doing this. This is the box container, it has the logo, it's spreading them nicely so it's not interfering. It's just that the list here doesn't spread its items out correctly. So each list item needs a width, let's say, let's give it initially of like 100 pixels and see if that straightens out the text. I gave this list item a width property. Did I do that? SX on the list text on the list item. Not seeing any hard-coded styles on this, to be honest. Is my server still running? Yep, it's still running. 100 pixels. Let's make it something ridiculous. It'll stand out completely. Okay, there we can see it's doing it's giving a more space. So it's doing it not for this one. So it's doing it for all of these, but not for this one. Why not? What am I doing wrong? If I were to remove this at the end of the day, it gets blocked up like this again. So I need to understand, this is the UI, so this is the list, UL, this is the list. Then we have the list item, and then inside of the list item we have our link with a div that has this class of the item text. So we actually don't need that, as I've noticed. Just need this to spread through. Okay, so let's see if there's no other questions. Hi, keep up your great works, everyone. Yeah, thanks guys. Let's do this. I know this is it's not like, you know, you're working with me and seeing how it goes. I feel this is more realistic to how, you know, the IT world works. But okay, so this all looks the same. Here we have a contact button. That's all that's different. And let's actually add back in the styling and see if I can start changing things in the styling. So here, we're back to this part. So we can see that it's this is locked in for some reason. Minimum width, it's giving it a display of flex. Here we have the app bar, which let's remove this quickly. Let's just see all of the properties on this component, which is this list. Let's grab that. Okay. Nowhere are we restricting the width. So it's like it's it's only going, what's that width? Is it changing? No. Okay. So this is the one that's a little bit weird. It's not giving it enough space. So what I'm going to do is for each one of these link items, I'm going to give it a size, a minimum width. So I'm going to say S6, and I'm going to say min width of, let's just say 100 pixels. So it is stretching them out, but the actual text, so this inner is still not correct. So this A tag, maybe it should be display block for all of these. It already has inline block, so that's fine. It's add red border to see whether the custom CSS is not working. Now it looks like it's working, but yeah, let's do the border trick. 1 pixel solid red. Okay, so we can see that border actually being wrapped there. Okay, it's only let's add it to the first one, because the last one is a little bit awkward now. What am I doing? Border 1 pixel solid red. Okay, so there we can see the border, but there's a lot of padding. So I saw a property on the Material UI docs where it had disable padding. Let's see if this fixes it. I think it just might. Okay, so it has less padding, but it's still not giving it enough space, which I feel like 100 should be fine. Let's make it 150. Okay, there it's a little bit better. Let's make it 120. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay, that's better. So we fixed that. So let's just give that same size, minimum width, to each of these now. We can remove the border color. But let's actually make a class out of this. So I'm just going to say class name. And what did I call it in here? Did I call it inside here? Inner, the UL, the LI. Here I didn't give it any size. The link, I gave it all of these. So let me go ahead and give it those class names. Classes dot, what is this? Yeah, let's actually try and remove. Let's see what happens if I remove these classes. Okay, now they're all underneath each other, because this navbar inner, this part should work. So now it's displaying that as flex. Now we want the inner UL to also be flex. Now it displays everything as flex there, but we're not seeing it on the screen for some reason. And let's remove this one and give it to the allies. Each one of them should get a style. Flex grow. Identify. Oh, so there's a closing tag missing somewhere. What is it complaining about here? Oh, this class. Stupid. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually remove all of this, because here we get the link style. We make it white. So this should turn this part. Okay, so now I'm not seeing any of them. Gonna remove this. So you're saying there's a display of none. So here I'm displaying flex, the UL, Okay, so I'm missing out, yeah. So my media query is not going. So you're correct. Thank you very much. If I add that in, there we can see it again. Thanks, yeah, that was the issue. Should probably just read my own code, right? Okay. So now our links should be, let's remove this padding. So what it changes is it removes the padding over here to this ally. So there's the padding without the padding. So we want the padding, so that's fine. But what we want to give all of these a minimum width of, let's say, 220 pixels. So now if I go out, I can see they're aligned. Now, that feels a little bit too much. But at what point does the about me fold? So let's actually go into the dev tools and make this smaller every time. So here I'm just gonna press the arrow key down till it collapses. Okay, so it's actually 103, which is an odd number, so I'm just gonna make it 105. So 105 pixels should be the minimum width of each of the links, so that the text doesn't wrap. So it can go more than 150, but it can't be smaller. So let's see that this doesn't affect our breakpoint. Okay, it kind of does, because it's starting to be too great of a width. So this is actually a problem. We should get that text to not wrap and not set it with a minimum. We should like have a property that ensures that it doesn't wrap. So it has internal padding as well, which I don't think it needs. The padding is coming from the ally, which the padding is coming from material UI. So that's where that list item has disabled padding. So we can just add that to all of the list items. So now we have back our more natural look. And now it's this padding. We need to get this text in here to fit the entire width. Width. If I say just fit auto, I would have thought that it would work. But it's not working. So this has a display of flex, so we can set this. Let's try this of flex of 1. Flex. Okay. With 100%. I'm just trying everything to see if it, what is going to make it not wrap. So flex wrap. No wrap. That's also not working. Let's try it on this component. Flex wrap. No wrap. Not quite sure how to fix this. So this A, if I give it a just of block. Oops, what? Display of block. It's still not doing anything. The padding won't make a difference. The position relative and the cursor. Okay, so now we can say how to get link text to not wrap. CSS. Okay, word wrap link so it doesn't overflow. Okay, I want it to not wrap. How do I stop a link from wrapping in CSS? Let's check it out. Development, Stack Overflow, white space, no wrap. Okay, let's try that. So on this link, we want to add a white space. No wrap. What did they say? No wrap. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't autocomplete. Oh my goodness, that works. Okay, so now we know, guys. Now we know. So if you don't want text to wrap in an A tag, you can just give it a white space, no wrap. Sweet. Let's see if this fixes our mobile. There you go. Now it's good. Okay, so we still have that, and I believe basically everything is in material. So I get the hover still, I believe. Let's just remove this. Okay, so if I go back here, we still get the hover. Sweet. Okay, so our navbar is getting there. That might have probably been the hardest part of the entire app. So this is still a tag. I don't think Material UI has a link. Let's check it out. I don't know. I don't know even what's the benefits to using their link. White space, no wrap. Remember my whole life. That's it. See, and that's technically how development goes, right? You get into the situation where you sit with yourself. You've watched a Udemy course, or you finished a YouTube tutorial, and then you go and build something on your own, and you're like, what? I don't understand. And at least I understood the what was going on. It's like wrapping the text. So how do I get it to not wrap? And then boom, Stack Overflow. Someone searched, how can I avoid the link word wrap with CSS? So exactly. So that's great. Actually, we do get a link, and it takes an href. The link component is built in on top of the typography component. Okay, so I'm gonna use that, because now we get the same style for typography as we do with okay, so now we have a link that's coming from NextJS and a link that's coming from Material UI. So now I'm gonna have to import it in a different way. So from Material UI, I want to get the link. So let's import the link, but I'm gonna rename it as link MUI. Just like this. I think I can rename it like this. Expected. Or is it as? No, I think it just has to load. But now if I say link MUI, and save that, let's see what's gonna happen. All of the A tags, we're gonna change it up. I think it's complaining because it needs an href property, or it probably doesn't. Let's hope it doesn't, because the native one doesn't need it. So currently we're not actually even using this menu icon, so we can remove that. We're not using the typography. Aren't we using typography? Okay, so let's see if it did anything. Okay, now it's giving me this underline, which is pretty weird. I don't want that underline. So I'm guessing there's some way I can remove this. I can give it a variant of what. So this actually works the same as the typography component. So I can give it a variant of, let's say, body 1. I want everything to have the same size there as body 1. Okay, so that's a nice look. But I don't want. So I'm just gonna paste this over to all of them so that they have the same look. I don't want this hover effect they give me. I want my own hover effect that I'm adding. So how can I remove the hover effect? So let's go to the API of the link component, and then it will give us all the properties. So we have children, class, color, component. We have the SX property. We have the typography class, underline. So here we can have the underline always on hover or none. So there you go. Boom. Just what I wanted to do. So we can go here under the link. We can say, what is it called? Underlined is the prop's name. And we can set that to a text of none. So I'm just going to copy this across to all the other MUI links. So you can kind of see there's already a repeat of things going on in this app, right? So there, in this screen alone. So I'm actually going to start refactoring the screen as well. Let's just check that okay, so that's awesome. So that's gone. And the rest of the stuff keeps its own style. So there we have a Material UI navbar. Everything in this file is now from Material UI. Nothing is coming from the DOM directly. So we're not using HTML. So that's pretty cool, right? You saw how we took Material UI now and we added in we took something from a normal non-material UI project to material UI. So this are all media queries that I've already written custom to just shrink down and make the site mobile. And this modal isn't working because I commented out everything. Okay, so that's cool. We've got that done. So let's actually go ahead and make a commit on this. So we finished the nav bar. So there's probably some code that's unused in the project, but that's where you go in and clean out dead code. So I'm going to make a git commit, so we can say git status. And here we can see all of the changes that we've made since we've started. I've made changes in the layout.tsx. I've made changes in the nav bar. I've made changes in the inner nav, and then all of these. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually uncomment everything in the layout again, just to ensure that this all is working. So I stopped the app now. So let's actually go ahead and run it again. Npm run dev. Just like this. Get it up and running. Let's see what you guys are saying. Love your content, man. Great stuff, really. Thank you so much. Menu item usage works like a button and has a default on click. Yeah. So that's true. They have a default on click on the menu item, and you also get this nice ripple effect from a button if you use that one. Okay, but everything is back here, so everything is looking fine from my perspective. Our container isn't in the center, so you can see on the side where my mouse is pointing. Usually this container would have been aligned with this container, but now we're just going to update this container to be aligned with this container because it's built into Material UI. Or we can make this smaller by going to this actual nav bar, inner nav, and then changing there where we have the container. So here we're wrapping the container, but instead of having a max size of extra large, we can have a smaller max size. So now you can see it's kind of stripping the screen here, but that's a little bit too small for my liking. So I just added an extra large, and now my app is going to always be bordered at 1532 pixels because that's the breakpoint from Material UI. Okay, so let's actually speed this up a little bit. I've been going a little bit slow, but yeah, that's probably going to be that way, right? Okay, so let's close up all of these, make sure we understand. Close all of these. I'm just going to close it up again, run git status. We can see everything that's changed, and now I'm just going to say git add everything, and I'm going to create a commit to tell what I did. So refactored inner nav to MUI components, and now we can see we made changes to 10 files, and I'm not going to push this to my live site yet. I just made a commit. So now we have that. So we can revert, we can go back. If something were to break, we can go back to where we were. Usually you can do this in smaller intervals as well, but yeah, this is just for practice, right? That's why you have a development site and a blog to practice things. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is I actually want to start with this hero section. So we can see we have two grid positions. We have one piece on this side, we have another piece on this side, and we can also see it has some container. So I want to spread out the container to be the same as the other one. So if I go into the components part, yeah, you can work on a branch as well. You can do that. I'm not working on a branch now. I just wanted to keep it simple, but basically you can create a branch. You can do all of your commits on that specific branch and call it refactoring website, and then you have a lot of branches or commits under that. For example, I'm just doing it on the main branch right now. Okay, so then we have hero section. We have hero add copy, call to action, and then we have the hero image, and then we have a hero module CSS file, and then again a hero.tsx. So once again, I'm just going to rename this to index because it's quicker and I like it that way. So let's go and check where the hero gets used. Hero section, and the hero section gets used inside of, let's see, we're importing hero over here, and hero image. Index here is the home page. So on the home page we're using the hero. So the home page is structured. We have a head tag from NextJS that allows us to add custom properties to the meta tags and the title tag of the website. For example, these tags up here. And then if you go into the inspect body and you were to inspect the header, we can see different meta tags that's added in here as well. So that's the idea behind that head tag. and then I have my hero over here. So let's actually go into that hero, and then we have the hero add copy, which is inside of a container, which we're going to refactor to Material UI's container, and then we start adding some grid. So yeah, that's what we're going to tackle next. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. I'm just going to run to the loo, and then I'll see you guys in a short second. So yeah, thank you guys for sticking with me so far, and this is very exciting. If you like it, just leave a shop in the comment. If there's something that I'm doing wrong that you want suggestions for me on, just leave that inside of the comments as well. But check you guys now. Okay, so we're back. Thank you. Are you guys still with me? So let's actually jump back in. So now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna refactor this part of the screen, and let's check it out. So inside of the CSS file, we have a Euro div, and then a media query. So I'm just gonna stick to that, and all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this to be a box from Material UI instead of a div, and the same, this is gonna be a container with a max width of XL. So now this container will sync with the other container, and they will be of the same width, right? So that's pretty cool. So I'm gonna save that. We should import Material UI's container, and that's all done for us. Okay, I'm just gonna save this spelling issue, that it doesn't have unnecessary highlighting. And now we can go back, and we can see it kind of automatically just stretched it to fit the screen with its already preset things here. So okay, we have a container, and then we have a box. So this hero, we're giving it a background color of our primary color. So instead of spreading the primary color through this way, we can spread the primary color through in a way like this. We can say background color, because we're getting it from the theme now, what? We can say primary dash main, dot main. So now I can actually go ahead and remove this property and save, and nothing has changed. It stays the same because Material UI is now pulling our primary main color and adding that as the background color. So that's pretty cool, and we can still leave the padding. We can actually add it in here. Let's add padding, and is it only top and bottom? So we can say padding in the Y direction, so Y, and that should be 2 rem. And we can save this, and we can actually go back and completely remove this style altogether, and remove this and save. And now if I actually go back, the only thing missing now is the way that these two components are in their flex box, because inside of this container, right, we now have these, the euro add copy and then the image. So now all we're going to do is add this inside of a Material UI grid. So from Material UI we can import the grid. We make the outermost grid a container, and then the inner grid items, we call them items. So on this item we can specify on an extra small screen how many columns should it take. So Material UI uses columns for its grid. Most frameworks do. So you have 12 columns, and your breakpoints is once again your breakpoints that's specified in the theme. So if you go to the theme, let's default theme. I should actually just keep it open in a tab. So over here, this breakpoints, these can be specified on the grid. So you can say how many spots it should take. So let's show an example. Initially, I want extra small screens to take 6 columns, and I want to do this for both of my items that's in this grid. So I have 2 items. Both of them should get the same setting. They should get equal amount of space. And if I save this and go back, we can now see it's kind of spread out into its own columns. So this is great. This is exactly what I wanted. But now we can see the positioning is a little bit off. It's not the same as the original site. So if I go to the original site, we can see that the spacing is a little bit different. So it's obviously the grid containers, the containers grid size is a little bit bigger. You can see it if I keep my mouse here and then I switch screen, you can see it's a different breakpoint. So that's fine, and that's why we're getting this. But what I want to do is actually I want to give it more padding, because I feel like it has too little padding with the bigger breakpoint. So I'm going to give it here a padding of 3 rem. That already is the good one. I think I can go 4 rem. Yeah, this looks better. This looks a little bit better. I can even go to 5. Damn. Yeah, this looks better. Okay. So now I still have that same thing. That's awesome. My mobile scroll is working. That scrolled navbar is not the same navbar, so we still have to go and refactor this one to use. It's using the internal, the same one, but the actual box shadow one is not. We haven't touched that yet. So this part is done now, and it's we're not even using a CSS file, so I can literally actually even delete this. It's changing the euro padding from. So here we can remove this. We don't need that anymore. We can save all of this. Let's go back here and just try out this query. So now we can see it's not falling underneath, and we can make this mobile responsive just inside of Material UI. So if we were to go into this inspector, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in the breakpoint. So the one is like this. So this is the first breakpoint, and you can see the container is kind of aligned. So and the next breakpoint is 1200, which is here. The next breakpoint is 900, which is almost on mobile view, and it's about just under 900 that I want this to collapse and go beneath each other. So if I go to the main website, we can see it's already doing that, but with the help of a media query. So here I'm at 900, and then at what point does it go beneath? Let's see. It's 800 now. At 800, so just below 800. we shoot it to be like this. So it switches, we can see the column goes below it. So we can do the exact same thing with these breakpoints on the grid items. So initially, when this screen is on its smallest, so we are right here, right? If it's like here, we want each of these components to take the full width. So I'm just going to make these 12 columns. And then when we get to a part where it is about 800, right? We're going to make it 900 for the new design. But when it gets to around 900, and if we go to the default theme, we can see 900 is medium. So here I can say, when we get to around 900 breakpoint, so at the medium, I want each one of these to take their own 6, so it's going to sit next to each other. So if we go here, we can see it's next to each other and just below 900. So I'm just going to tap this down. It goes to 900. Let's select. Okay. So we're going to get to 900 and it should drop below the other one. So here we're at 900 and below 900 it drops. So we can see this immediate effect without any CSS. So this is how it's going to look then. If we go into smaller screens, this is the idea. But now we want this text to actually not sit like this. It should be aligned in the middle, right? So if I go here, we can see everything is aligned in the middle. So at this point there everything is aligned in the middle, but here everything is not aligned. So this breakpoint is too late. It's too late in my opinion. It should be at 900 now. It should be like this already. So if we go back and actually just change that breakpoint from 800 to 900, and we go in to 900 over here, and we start going down. There it's at 900, and there we are here. Okay, so it's not updating correctly because we're not using this hero. We're not using any of these anymore. So where is it setting it in the center? It's probably inside of this hero add copy itself, right? So inside of hero add copy, we have two buttons, the contact, which opens a modal, and a readme, which just scrolls you down. So inside of this, we still have a div, but it's probably inside of this div where there's a breakpoint for a media query that adds it to the center. So we can probably see here, display of flex, gap 1, flex start. So initially it is probably in the center, align center, add copy, and then when we get to this width, the add copy goes text align to the start. So this is basically just going to be 900 now. If we save that and go back, we can see at this point it's now correct. So now we've refactored the Euro section. We haven't done this text yet, so let's actually dive into that. Let's actually dive into that. Okay, so in here I'm technically also going to rename this to index because it's already inside of the folder that it needs to be. And then in here, that import should change. Okay, so it already updated there on its own. So that's good. Okay, so this is going to be a box. We remember now boxes and divs, they're good together. Okay, so the H2, remember this is text, and now we have a typography component, and we can see typography, which comes from Material UI. Did it import it? Yes. And we have a variant of H2. So just plump in the H2 there, and then you have your H2. And we can go and specify everywhere we have H2s, we want it to look this way, because that's the idea, right? Here we have a paragraph, also just another typography, and we can give it a variant of body 1, because usually your paragraphs on your website have like some set body text, you know, caption text or font size. So this is basically it. If I save this and go back, we can see it basically just adopted the Roboto font now. So the rest looks exactly the same. It just adapted the Roboto font. And then here we can go and change this to a box as well. Just gonna leave the CSS for now. This can actually be a Material UI link. So let's actually import from here a link. But I'm gonna rename it as link MUI, so we know it's the MUI link and not the NextJS link. Okay, let's see how it's going. Okay, are you guys still with me? Yeah, let's go. Okay, so this is also going to be a Material UI link, And if we actually open it now and see how it looks, we have that underline. We don't want that underline, right? So let's remove that underline, and we know how to do that now. We can specify a property called underline and set the text to none, and do this for both of them and save. Go back. Now we can see we have this, right? So let's actually go to the hover ability again, so we still get that same hover ability, and we get our page, and everything in here is Material UI. And see, we're spreading the CSS through, which at some points is not necessary. So let's actually go and check what the CSS does, right? So we have the hard copy div. We give it a display of flex, padding, flex. We actually don't need this, right? So that doesn't need to be there. Yeah, there's no reason for that property, so we can remove that. Give it a padding of 2, which is surrounded. Yeah, that padding. Okay, it's that padding of 5 rem. Where's that? Where are we giving that padding? What is this? The hero add copy, and we're inside of that. Let's see, 5 rem. Nowhere to be found here. Oh, here it is. We're giving a padding of 5 rem at 900. So that's fine. So let's actually not remove that flex one, because that's part of the mobile responsiveness. We're not doing any colors here. Here we're making it white. So the color of this text and paragraph is white. So we can actually set that in here with color, and setting the property to, I think it's common, and then white. Just like that. And it should be white. Let's check it out. Yeah. If I actually remove the class, oh, it doesn't have a class. Let's remove that, and let's remove all of the style for this, because we don't need that. We're using Material UI's font and stuff, so this is all fine. That's a little bit too big. Hi, I'm the full stack junkie. Okay, so I have to remove the media query as well for the text. So it's this part here. Let's remove that and save. Now you can see it's a little bit bigger, right? So this text is now taking the actual size of an H2, and we can see that font size if we go into the typography. Under the H1, we can see that the font size, or the H2, the font size is set to 3.75 rem, which is a little bit big. So what was it initially set to when I had that? Okay, so here it's set to 2 rem. So we want our H2s to be of 2 rem size when it's on a big screen. So we'll change it on small screens in just a sec. Okay, so the next part we want to do, let's go and check it out. Yeah, I keep on switching to the wrong one. Okay, so now it's too big, so let's actually make it smaller inside of our theme creator. So let's go into the pages, or it's actually inside of this app context. Here I can change the typography. So I can go into typography, the property, and inside of the H2, I want to set the font size of this H2 property to 2 rem. So now everywhere I use H2, it's just gonna be 2 rem. So that's the same size that it's on this website, right? So let's check it out. It's just not bold. So now we just need to make it bold. So we can even say font weight and make it bold. Now it's bold, and then I can just give it a custom color in here. I can give it a color like this. Copy, paste it in. If I go back, boom, we have the same. It's all through Material UI, so everything gets easily updated through that. Okay, so that's awesome. So now when we do smaller screens and stuff, I can just go into the theme here and change this font size based on screen size, but I'll show you how to do that at the end when we go to the mobile part. Okay, so now we've done that. I think I'm happy with this screen now. I think it looks fine. It's just obviously a little bit more spaced, so this text is a little bit bigger. So let's give our body, because we're going to use this body 1 across the entire app, let's give it the same size. So what is this body text size actually? If we go here and we can see that it is 22.4 pixels. What's the rems on this? 1.4 rem for my body text. So I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna change the body 1 to a font size of 1.4 rem and save that. If I go back now, we can see that's actually a lot bigger. So it looks the same now, the font size, right? Pretty much. It's just it has more space, so you don't see it underneath each other. So here's a little bit white space difference. So I can actually add in like padding there. Okay, so between this, and then this box over here, there's not enough padding. So what I can do is I can just add on this typography. I can say Essex, and I can give it a padding of Y. So the Y axis of 1 rem. Well, let's just say 10. Let's see what 10 is. Okay, that's too much. Let's make it 5, so half of that. Okay, that's a little bit better. That looks a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's good. So now we've got that in here. That's all Material UI stuff. That's great. We've made that index. That's great. So here, the hero image, we can go in here. Once again, we see it's a div. Remove it, put in a box. Don't use divs, use boxes. So that's awesome. Here we have the image. This image is coming from NextJS. It helps us optimize things and things. So yeah, what's this complaining about? Cannot find box. There it is. Okay. So that's also updated. That's also updated. So we have our entire hero section updated. So let's actually go into the mobile friendliness. This all works. Okay, so this part is done on Material UI. Next part, the about us part. So let's actually make a commit, stop the server. You can say git status. Let's check everything that we've changed since our last commit. We've changed the context tree. We've changed the hero. We've changed the hero index. I think it actually deleted, but when I do a commit, it would pick up that I renamed and not deleted the file. So I'll show you. So git add and then git status. Now it will pick up that you modified hero, yeah, a new file. Actually, usually it picks it up that it just renamed and it marks it as renamed. So I'm gonna say git commit -m refactored hero section to use MUI. Okay, just like this. Now I've created 2 commits, so I can say git log --1 line, and here I can see all of the commits I've made on this project so far. Here I can see there's the first commit I've made, refactor inner navbar to Material UI components, and here's the next part. Sweet. Okay, let's run this again, npm run develop. And the next part we're going to be working on is the about me part. So here again you can see that the text, it doesn't have the same container, but this section and this section should have the same container, and I'm going to give them a smaller container. So I'm actually going to use just the normal container max width, not the max width of XL like these I have here. So you can see everything is aligned, which is very nice and clean. So this part's going to be the same width, and these two are going to be the same width, just to give it like a little bit of a body. I don't want everything to be, you know, extremely linear. It's going to be a little bit boring. So that's awesome. We've got that set up. Now we get the about us page. Let's go and do that. So we're still inside of the normal component. Here we have the layout, the components. Inside of the index, which is the home page, which there's actually only one page. It's like a scrolling page. And then here we did the hero section. Now we're going to do the about me section. So in the about me, we can see all just normal non-Material UI things. So let's check it out. We have an ID, and this ID is to scroll to when I go to the nav bar and I click on projects, it's actually scrolling there. Okay, so these body 1 tags are too big for me now. They are too big. So I'm gonna actually make these buttons body 2 tags so that they can have a different font size. So I'm gonna go back to the nav bar, just quick fix inner nav, and I'm gonna change these MU components over here. Let's go in there, that one and that one. That's all 4 of them, or another one. There we go, all 5 of them. And I'm gonna just change this body to body 2 and go and view it. And we can see it's a little bit smaller now. I like the smaller size more. I prefer it. Okay, so let's go into the about me part. Can close this up, and here once again we're gonna check it out. Just rename this to index, and then go back to the page over here and just make sure the import's correct. So it's at components about me /index, but you don't have to say the /index. So save this, and it should still work. Okay, now we're gonna start using material UI. Okay, so first thing, boxes changes to divs, everything. This container, I'm just going to use material UI container. So material UI container, here we have another div, just make sure that container wraps. Here we have another div that's called about me container. And let's go and check what about me container has in store for us. So about me container, basically just when we get to greater screens than when we get to like desktop and laptop screens, we want the width to be 90% and a max width of 1000. So it's never going to be bigger than this. So we can stop worrying about basically everything in here, except for, yeah, let's remove everything in here. We don't need that at all. So this about me can basically just be removed. We can say SX of padding in the Y direction, and it was 2 rem. So that's replacing that class. We don't need this class anymore. We just make this a box. I'm not sure what this box is doing for now, but let's make this a typography of a variant of H2, so it takes the same size. And here we're going to have a typography of variant and then the body 1. So now you can start seeing the reusability of these components, right? So instantly classes gets added and everything just syncs and links, and it's very cool. So let's give this a link MUI. So let's go import link MUI. So link as link MUI. We can remove this classes completely, and we can copy and paste this here. We can give this link a variant of what is this going to be? Variant of body 1. Let's save that. Let's see how things are looking. Okay, so it's looking a little bit shaky. It's not as styled as I would have liked it, but yeah, let's continue. This link is inside of that over there, so that's why it's looking like this. Okay, so let's change this one as well. Let's give it a typography. Actually the same. We can just copy exactly this and give it the exact same. And then this part as well, give it the exact same. As you can see in my projects, this is going to be a link, so it's going to be the same as this one. I'm going to copy that, paste this in here. Okay, just going to save this text. Okay, so now we've got things looking like this. So not as nice. Let's actually increase this font size to 5, or this padding to 5, so now we have a little bit more space. If we go back to how it looks, this is centered, this is a little bit more spacing. Yeah, the fonts, it looks, yeah, I think I'm using a different font here. I'm not even sure what font I'm using. I think it's Arial. I think this is just Arial. Yeah, it's some sort of default. It's not even, I didn't even add a font family. So here I actually have Roboto now, which is nice. Okay, so let's space these things, right? We want to give them spacing like this, and we want to remove that underline. It's not nice. Okay, so this box, I'm still not sure what its purpose is. So let's actually remove it, because we only need the container. We don't need this box. Okay, so that didn't change anything. Yeah, it didn't change anything. So you can see the container is a little bit, it has like this jump in. So, you know, some people might say, no, this is not good, but I just want to give it a little bit of flavor. You can add like animations to the text or stuff like that. Okay, so, yeah, let's give it some spacing. So I'm just going to drop down everything so it's nice and clean to read. So here we have an H2 and then body tags. So all of these I want to give some spacing. So the H2 thing, this spacing and this spacing looks pretty much similar. So let's go ahead and create, we can say a class name. Well, let's just create a SX prop I think this is going to be the clearest. And we can give it a padding also on the y-axis. We're going to give a padding of 1 rem. So usually that had a spacing. Let's go and check what the spacing was exactly. Over here we can see that it has margin bottom of 2 rem. Margin bottom of 2 rem. It has margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so 2 rem. So that's the idea. Let's make it 1.5 rem. And then we're just gonna... So this should be only margin bottom. And then the rest of these should have margin in the y-axis as well. So let's just add in here. And then go and change this part to y. And go back. And we can see we have a little bit of more spacing. It's a little bit too much for me. So let's go and make that smaller, just 1 rem. Yeah, that's a lot better. I like this. It looks good. And we can actually keep this highlighting. I actually like this. It kind of gives it a pop, you know. But yeah, let's probably remove that because that's not... Let's see. This is how it looks versus this. No, it makes it a little bit more clear that you can click it, actually. So I'm actually going to leave it like that. That's actually a good improvement. It still also has a little bit of a bold, so you can see it. But yeah, now we just have to center align this heading. So we can just say text align and center. Boom. Okay, so this page was very quick. Then we have the technology slider. Here is where we use swiper. And when we create... breakpoints for the swiper, that's where initially the swiper here has 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes, and as the screen shrinks, we can see it goes from 4, there it's 3, it goes from 3, now it's 2, and then at the end of the day when it gets to too small for 2, then we go into this. And you can see the text for body is too big for smaller screen sizes, so we're gonna make that responsive as well across the app. Okay, so in the swiper, let's actually go and check what we need to change here. So here's all of the technologies in a list. So I'm rendering out the technologies I use. And then there are objects. So we have a title, which is NextJS, a description, which is lorem ipsum, and then a logo, which points to a static file, which is an image. So each one of these images on this carousel is then loaded from this technologies array. So then in swiper, I'm basically adding in here's 2 swipers. So this one is the mobile swiper and this one is the desktop swiper. So here you can see the difference. This is the desktop swiper and this is the mobile swiper where it's this box. So it's 2 different swipers from swiper.js, but I'm rendering them based on some media query. So this is the mobile cube and this is the, I just called it let's see. This is just the slider. And here you can add breakpoints as a prop to this slider. So yeah, I'm not going to go into swiper.js. I'm just going to start refactoring things here. So we have the slide, which is also coming from swiper. And then inside of the slide, we provide the card that we want to show. So I'm going to go in this card because this card is where we can add material UI. So instead of using the next image, which we're not, I'm going to be using this box. And this box will basically just help us with that. I think Material UI also has an image component. Let's just check. I'm not sure. Standard image list. No, I just want an image. So it's okay. So yeah, no, it's just, it has just the normal image tag. So that would stay the same then, right? So if I were to save this and go back, we can see actually nothing has changed. So we left it exactly like it was. So that's the nice thing. I actually want these arrows to be my dark blue from Material UI. So let's see if we can add that in. So this is done. The swiper, it's basically this class name slider, but I think you need a specific property on slider to access that color. I'm going to leave that for now, but now we've got this done. So let's just check the responsiveness. That still works. Nothing is, it's just text, so it's easy. Okay, now we can stop this. We can save everything here and we can create a commit. So you can say git status. Let's check what we've changed, everything. And we can see we've changed the about me, the inner nav, we made a change, and then the technology card, and then inside of the page, we actually made a change here in the way we import. So let's say git add, git commit, and then a message, we can say refactored the about me section using MUI components. Give it like a same message all over. So okay, so now we have 3 commits already, so we're moving. Okay, so the next part is this recent projects part. So this is going to be a nice one as well. So let's go into where we can dive into that. We have the Euro section we just did, we have the about me section we just did, and now we have the projects. So let's go into this projects part. Actually, now that I see there's a div here, so let's just remove this and make it a box inside of the home page. No divs allowed inside of this Material UI project. That's the rule. Okay. And the reason for that is basically just, you know, rather stick to consistency, you know, keep it Material UI right through, or don't use it. Do it yourself then. That's how I did it the first time I did the project. I didn't use anything except for Swiper, which was nice because I'm not going to build this carousel on my own. I mean, adding these, you know, this gliding abilities and these, you know, the breakpoints, that's like a big project on its own. So yeah, I'm going to leave it for someone else. Okay, let's see if there's any comments. Very neat. Thank you very much. Pico, hello Pico. I'm just going to take a sip of water. You can see my icon is not loading, so let's quickly refresh. Maybe I have to restart the server. Sometimes it does this. Oh, it's not running. Maybe I need to run the server, you know. That probably helps. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is work on the recent projects section. Okay, so this is going to be a nice section. Let's dive into it. Projects. Over here, we can see we have view all, which is set to false, which probably is this button, view all. We trigger, do we want to see all of them or only some of them? And here we have a function that loads some projects, probably from this project array. So you can see it's static. We hard coded it into the app, and this is the part I'm going to change later. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and just use box. Don't need any of this. We have a container here. So once again, I'm going to be using the container from Material UI, and I'm going to give it a max width so that it syncs up with the extra large breakpoint as the rest of the app. So we can save that. Here I can go to this H2 and make this a typography of a variant of H2, and I can give it a color, because I believe this is on a dark background. I can give it a color of primary or just common, because it's going to be white. Let's just say, so you can say primary dot the contrasting color, but I just like, when I go for a white or a black color, I just use common white, and then save this. I just need to add this ending tag as well, so that's fine. Now we have a div here that loads the projects. So this load project probably returns some JSX. So here we can see it returns a project card. So if we want to view all, it's going to map through all of the projects. If we only want to view the initial, so if view all is not true, we're only going to view the first 4 projects. So that's why it's only showing the first 4. And as soon as I click, it shows all of the projects. So that's the idea behind this. If you want to go more fancy, you can add like some pagination thing where you have like multiple projects that gets lazy loaded. I'm not going to do that for this project now. It's a bit too fancy, and I don't have like, I have like 12 projects. Not all of them are here, but I have 12, and it's going to be here at the end. Okay, so then we have a div, once again just a box. It's getting a class name of recent list, and this recent list is probably a grid, I'm guessing. There's display of grid, and then here we have our fit auto. So now, instead of doing it this way, we're going to be using Material UI's grid instead of rendering them out like this. So I'm just going to remove this to stop using that. And then in here, I want to render each one of these items out, but I want to return, here's the mapping. So basically the idea is, right, I'm gonna only map the project card component. So I'm gonna return a grid from material UI that contains a grid item. So this will be wrapped with a grid item. Like this. And this should be then inside of curly braces. And this will be a grid container. And this will be a grid item. And then on this grid item, we can specify the breakpoints for each of these things. So let's actually just import grid from material UI. And this should break. Yeah, so now they're all underneath each other like this. Which I don't want, right? I want to be 4 next to each other on a big screen. And as the screen goes smaller, they should just fold underneath each other, right? So initially on a medium screen, so let's actually go and check how this would look. If we go here, we can see it starts dropping each one. Okay, so that's the idea what we're going to try and do here. We're going to have a card, and inside of that card is going to be inside of a grid item, and each grid item is going to take a certain amount of columns. So when we're on this screen about there, so we can see it's about at the different breakpoints. So let's actually work from here now. Let's actually give it a small, on smaller screens we want it to take, so there's 12, so it's 4 of them, so we want to take it 3. So each should take a size of 3. So I'm going to actually copy this and paste it down here. And then this is just going to be like this. And then the data would be that index. Okay, so we can remove this part and save. Now if we go back, we can see we have our grid, right? So they are laid out in a grid. And if we actually make it mobile now, it's not going to work. It's just going to smoosh against each other. And that's where we specify the different breakpoints. So I'm going to go into my breakpoint tab again. So our first breakpoint is this one, 1532. The next breakpoint is this one, which is too small, right? So here we can add a spacing between each of the items and give it a spacing of 2, so there's always spacing, so this is nice. And even if we go smaller, it will always have a spacing. So right about that, let's say the second breakpoint, here I want the items, anything smaller than, what is this size? Let's go to the default theme. Under the breakpoints, the values, we can see it's anything that's smaller than large. So let's say at large, I want each of these to take up the 3. So only at large. So now if I take it away and go back, we can see at this point there are 3 taking 3 cells each. But as soon as I go below 1200, which is the large breakpoint, boom, we can see it doesn't have that same effect anymore. It doesn't take up the full space, which is exactly what we want, right? Let's actually change this to be a box as well. And this button now, it's taking a class name of button primary. And here we have different things for view more, view less. So I don't think on the Euro section I actually changed the buttons now that I think about it. I actually left them. Oh, they still have these class names of button. So technically I did, but not really. So here basically we're going to set view all. It's just going to be a normal button. So let's see if I just add a box to it. It should still give it that same style, right? I think if I get the hover, yeah. So we're basically creating our own button. We can use Material UI's button, but yeah, that we're not going to do that for now. So this looks fine. I think actually this is good. We should just specify the breakpoints more clearly now. So each item here on a large screen should take up 3. 3 spaces, 3 columns. On a medium screen, however, we want that to be a little bit different because a medium breakpoint is at 900. So if we go here and we set the medium breakpoint at 900, it's actually already folding. So this is pretty cool. It's folding for us. We don't even set that breakpoint. But we can be more specific. That then we can say at 900, I would like there to be 3. So I can also set actually from a medium point, I would like there to be 3 in a row. So each one of them should take 4. So now you can see it's like this. So I can specify how this breakpoint switches the amount it has. So this is where understanding the breakpoints becomes nice. So if I just add in a correct breakpoint, we'll scroll down, look at it, and we can see this goes to a smaller breakpoint, even smaller breakpoint, this one, and then the final smallest breakpoint is 600, and here I want it to be 2. So I can say at small screens, I want there to be 6. Take 6 columns because I want 2 of them next to each other, and there's a total of 12 columns to be filled. So here we can see this. So it's basically being mobile from the grid. And then once we get below 600, so below the small breakpoint, so here below it, then it goes into its own thing, and that's where we have the extra small property. So extra small, we would like each one to take up its own size, so its own full width. So let's set that up. And boom. That's how you make a responsive grid in Material UI. I mean, this is so easy. Obviously, I understand the CSS behind this because I've done it like 1,000 times. But this is the idea, right? It's saving us a lot of time. And I'm gonna take this like short plug and just like ask you guys, if you enjoy this video, please like and share these to other people. I want my content to reach more people. I haven't been that active on YouTube because I've been very busy with work and, you know, studying myself and learning new things. So I would appreciate if this would spread to more people. It would be very nice. And if you find value out of this, just let me know in the chat. How is it going? Are you following what I'm saying? Is this helpful at all? Am I going too fast? But yeah, the last thing we want to do here is actually give it some spacing. So we have the projects and we have this grid, this typography. We need some spacing between this box. So this recent list, let's actually go into the CSS, let's actually remove everything from here and save and see how this looks. We can see it lost the background color. Which we got from there. But what we can do is we can go in here, give this a background color of SX, and a background color of, let's say, primary main, and we want to give it a padding in the Y direction of 5 rem, and save. We can see we're back to this position here. Let's actually check out this folder, and what did it have? It's padding here, the font size there. Okay, so that's basically it. So it's back on the same spot. Now we just have to align these things in the center. So this component over here should get a text align of center. And now that's in the center. And we can do the same for the buttons. So this component over here, if we center that, we can see it's center. So this is not technically text, it's just a button. So but you can still use that inside of another element to center anything, if it's text or not, in the center. So now we just want to give padding around this box, so you can remove this and just add in padding in the Y direction of, let's say, 2 rem. I feel like that should be enough. Maybe make it like 4 rem. How much was it here? About 4 rem? Yeah, that seems fine. So let's actually, if I make it just 5 like this and check it out, yeah, I feel like that's good. That's a good space. And if we click it, the button still works. You can see NextJS even lazy loading images, which is awesome, guys. If you had to add intersection observers to figure those stuff out on your own, don't do it. Just use NextJS or use something that kind of helps you with it. I'm just going to check for all of them that this mobile responsive works now. So that's great. Okay, so this section is basically also done. I think it's only the card, so the project card, that I haven't touched. So let's actually go into the project card. I believe I can actually like delete this class's module CSS. That's actually very cool. So I'm going to do that. I actually haven't renamed this to index, so I'm gonna rename this to index just to keep consistency across my project. And then in here we import the projects, it's saved, completed there. And then inside of the, here's the module, inside of the project card, this should also be an index because it's basically the root file of this folder. So this is the first file you want to pull out when importing this. So inside of projects, I'm importing the card like this now. So this is great. Here I have a type where I get data from. So it's just during development, I know what this card accepts as props. So I can see it has a data of data type. And we can see the data type is technologies, which is a string, description, which is a string, and a GIF, which is a string. So that's pretty cool. Okay, here we're just going to change this to a box. We've got this set up now. We know why we use a box instead of a div. Here we actually have an interesting one, a h4. So let's use the typography. Pull that in, just change both of the tags, and then we give it a variant of an h4 and save. And then we give this span also a typography, and we just give it a variant of the body1 text. So it should be the same. This paragraph should basically also be a variant of body1. So we kind of agree when we're using the theme that body1 means this, h1 means this, and so forth. Okay, let's see what this changed. The cards look the same. Sorry, need some water. The cards still look the same. Hi there, thank you. Okay, so yeah, this looks like it should. And we've changed everything to Material UI. This font size is also fine for me, I think. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Okay, so here we can see it broke a little bit, right? So I was on the wrong one the whole time. So here the responsiveness looks like this. Okay, but this h4 is way too big now. Way too big. So we can actually not make that an h4. We can make it like an h6. And see, that's still a little bit too big. We can make this a body 2. And we can make this of body 2 as well. So now we got a little bit of a better look, in my opinion. So the h6 is still a little bit too big. So we can actually make this a body 1, in my opinion, which is smaller. No, that's not really smaller. Let's just give it a variant of h. So we get that out of the box, and let's just make the font size smaller. So I'm going to make this custom, just give it an SX, make the font size. What is it currently? What is it at here? What's the font size on my original site? We have a font size of computed. The font size, it's probably hover it, 16 pixels. So let's give it a font size of 16 pixels. Just like that. Now it updated. Okay, the spacing is not correct, so we can fix the spacing now by just adding a padding in the y direction of, let's say, 2 for each of these components. So I'm just gonna add in a SX prop here and adding that padding, nice. And save it like this. Okay, that's too much. 2 is a little bit too much. Too much. Let's make it 1. Save. Yeah, that's a lot better. We can leave it at 1. I feel like that's fine. Let's open up the rest, see how they look. Yeah, it's fine. Let's make it smaller, see how it looks. Does it still obey everything? Yeah, that's all good. We can actually make this Material UI card instead of using these cards, because Material UI also gives you a nice looking card out of the box. So you have like an image and all of the different things. I'm actually going to do that, right? Let's actually go ahead and do that. I'm going to search for the card component. And in here, yeah, Chakra is also very cool. There's so many cool libraries. You just use one or just use all of them. But yeah, it's definitely a benefit in using them instead of doing solid on your own. We're going to go for this type of look, right? So I'm just going to copy it. Copy everything. We have a card. Inside of the card, we have a media piece, which I actually don't want, right? I want this, let's check out the card, media card component, and then we check out its API and see if I'm able to add a different component to it. So if I can add a component property, and then this component can be used for the root node. So let's actually try that. I'm gonna go back to the card. Just gonna copy this one, copy this, and then I'm gonna go back here. So we here have the project card. So let's just comment this out for now, and then paste in this card. And here we're gonna need to import the card from Material UI as well as the card media. And instead of rendering this, we're gonna render the image tag from Material or from NextJS. I think it should work, right? And it's gonna take in all of these instead. So the source, the image, it's going to be props dot data dot, and we can see the GIF. So that's also TypeScript helping us out there. Okay, and the alt is going to be just this, so we can switch that out. And then the width and height, we've already set that, so we can just do that again right here. I think it should propagate through. Let's actually check. I haven't tried this. So card content, we need to import that as well. We at least have typography. And then the card actions we need to import as well. Then we have a button from Material UI. I'm just going to import it now to just get the look and see what's going on here. Okay, if we go back and look at our cards, missing the property source from image. So yeah. I'm wondering if I can like actually place in the entire image like this. Yeah, if we comment this out and copy this and add that in there, and then give this the height and width and save, and we can basically remove this. I think let's go back. Object media root. So it's not going to be useful to add this in my opinion, now that I think about it. Let's try and remove that altogether. Formatting that. Let's see how this looks. Oh, they look fine. They actually look fine. The image actually loaded nice. So now you can see I have this Material UI cards with learn more and share more and stuff. And I can actually add, instead of learn more, I can add like view, just a button. So I can add one button, and I can say view website, just like this, and save. Yeah, I actually like this, guys. I'm gonna stick with this, and it actually pulls in the typography. Very nice. I like how it's styled. Very, very nice. Let's just actually add in the correct text, right? So this is gonna be props dot data dot, and then it's gonna be, I think the description is gonna be this part, the big one. Adding the description here, and then here it's gonna be, what did I call it? The technologies. Did I list the technologies at the top? No. So I think these two should switch around. Let's check it out. Okay, yeah, I think this looks pretty darn cool. So here we can see the size actually drop there. So that's something I don't want. So I'm actually gonna make this an H6, which is smaller. Here the cards are not taking the same height. So this is something I can change as well and set up. Here it's doing something weird. It's not taking the entire screen size, but I'm guessing that's because I have this max width set up here. So let's remove that. And here the card takes up the max width. It can. So here I want, what did I change to make it not fit the same size? So here it's the same size. Does it change? Here, there it changes. There it's the same size, there it changes a little bit. So what we can do is we can add on this card, and let's say if we give it a height always of 100%, it should never be different sizes now. Yeah, now it's the same size as always. So this is a little bit too big, so I'm just gonna still give it a max width of, let's see where this is too big. That's too big. What size it's here? It's 500. It's way too big. Let's get it to be 350 pixels and save, and then we just give it a property of margin and set it to auto and 0 like this, so it's always in the center. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think this looks good, guys. So if we open this up and make it more, okay, that spacing is way wrong, and here it's kind of pressing against each other. So what's the reason behind that? I'm gonna actually remove all of this now, because we literally hijacking Material UI everything. We can remove the box, we can remove the card media, and what are we using the classes for still? So we still have a class name on this, that's fine, and that's basically only for the image. We're only using a class for the image. So in here I can actually remove everything that has nothing to do with the image. So project info, we're giving it a height. Once again, we can move this, we can remove this as well. So it's only for the image. Basically, we're giving the span where the image is in some set size. But now we can see that the grid is acting a little bit weird when we have all of them loading. So here, the grid is keeping its space, right? But as soon as I do that, the grid is no longer keeping its space, and that's probably because of this grid over here not having a spacing like this one. So I'm going to give it a spacing. We should actually refactor that it uses the same grid, right? And the same grid items, because that's the same thing. It's just this container that changes. So if it's view all that's going to change is the mapping of what it's mapping through. So that could also be refactored. So now it looks fine again. Yeah, I like this a lot, guys. This was a quick, nice fix with Material UI. And I think it looks actually better than these cards, in my opinion. So these cards, let's just show less. So these cards versus these cards. And then the container makes sure that everything is aligned nicely. Okay, so this section has been done and is pretty quick as well. So we can collapse this. We only have that in here. We can go in here and we don't even need this. And we can make sure it's not imported. This ultimately is going to come from a database, this project. It's not going to be loaded in like this. It's going to be loaded in with a get static props. And then it's going to populate it that way. So we can close that up. We closed all of the projects. We can close all of this up. And now I can go back to the home page. We did the projects. Now we have the services. Okay, so let's go into the services. Here I can see my hard-coded lists of services as well, which I just called jobs. Once again, this would be something I add to Sanity. And let's go ahead and change box, because it's not a div, it's a box from now on. Here we have a container as well, but we want the services container just to be the normal max width of a Material UI container. Then we have a typography. Just gonna copy this. It's not updating. And this is going to be a variant of that h2 we have, so we're reusing that in the form of a component. Then we have our jobs being mapped through, and we're listing out each part, each job in its own component, basically. So for this, I'm just going to give it a prop of padding bottom, and let's just say 2 rem. I think I just called it 1 or 2, and it should be text align and center, just like this. Okay, so once again I'm going to rename this to index, and I'm going to make sure it gets imported here correctly as services. That's correct. And I go back, You can see everything is still working, yeah? Now what I want to do is I want to remove this. What is this giving me? This services. Once again, just that padding. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to give it an SX of padding in the Y direction of 5 rem. So I think I can just say 5. I think it gives the same spacing. Why is this not updating? Oh, I'm not starting. No, I have it started. Okay. So let's make this 10. I'm going to see the difference. Okay, so it's giving more spacing there. So let's just give this 5 rem and see how that looks. So it's more in the longs of 10. So 10. So this is counted in halves. So a half padding gives you, I think, a half of a rem in Material UI. So I'm just going to add 5 rem because I have that consistency throughout the rest. And now these components to be rendered. So each one of these job rows, I'm going to go into them right now. Let's remove that. Let's remove this. We don't need this. We don't need this. And we don't need that. So just remove all of this. No more CSS files. So less files to be bundled and loaded. Yeah, obviously the Material UI stuff is coming in, but it's just more, you know, future proof. I can quickly add things, change the theme, add nice animations with frame of motion, and this website's going to look like a boss, and it's not even that hard initially for me now. But yeah, okay, so let's go into this part. We've done the services. Now we want to do the job row. So the job row has open modal, which we get from the context, and then we have add current. So in here you can click. You can see you can click what modal is being opened. Okay, so we have add current more info and add open modal. So here we have a open more info function, and this basically just adds the information we're clicking on. So this one is for e-commerce websites. If I click on it, it gives me the e-commerce data. If I click on this one, it gives me the business website data and then the website design data. So that's our idea behind this function. Here we have a container. Here we have some job row, and we decide whether it should be positioned left or right. So here you can see the images on the left side, here are the images on the right side, and it goes vice versa the whole time. So this is what we're going to have to refactor here. So yeah, I'm just gonna run to the loo again. So we're gonna take a 5-minute break again. How long have we been going on? This has been going on for 3 hours. That's it's a long time, but yeah, it's coming there. And we can see that it's going quicker as we go through the site. So I'm just gonna take a 5-minute break again, and then I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Okay, we are back. Are you guys ready? Let's continue. Okay, so let's just recap where we're at. So we're basically refactoring this section now with the services. Starting to use Material UI. We've done all of these. We have this nice looking cards, view the website, nice click effect, view all, and we can see the rest. So that's pretty cool. We're still not doing it dynamically, but it's fine. We'll get there. Okay, so services, let's go. Here we are in the job row, so we're basically one of these components. So if I were to actually open my Epic pen, not Epic Games. Once that loads, it's gonna open up. Okay, so this part right over here. This is a job description. Or job row, and we're basically building one of these, and you can see they basically just switch sides, so we need to make that component in such a way that it works for us. So let's actually go ahead and do that. I'm just going to close Epic Pen. Okay, so here we're in that job row. It's got properties left, which is a boolean true or false, so whether the image should be on the left side or not. And then here we need a box. We no longer use, and then we have two pieces, so we can use a grid in this component. So we're going to use a box from Material UI, just get that out of the way. Get a box from Material UI, get that out of the way. Okay, let's just save everything. And inside of this box we have an H3, a P tag, and a button, which says find out more, which is these buttons. So I'm just going to make this a box for now, because we have a class that describes how a button looks like, you know, the real bootstrap way of doing it. But I'm not doing it this way. Would rather create my own component at the end. I'm not going to do it in this video, and then use that button component throughout my app, which uses Material UI in the background. But for now, let's just keep it simple. Typography, add it to the final. And this is going to be a variant. What variant was this? Let's see. This variant is 16 pixels, which is the same as should have been these. These should be 16 pixels as well. So let's just make it a H6 and save it and go back and see how it looks. And now we kind of lost that underline that it had, so I need to bring back that class. Just go back for a sec. Oh no, I can't go back all the way. So here we had a class which has an underline. So this H3 then has that underline. So let's actually give this a different class name of text underline, just like this. And then we can give this component, which is then of a variant of an H3, and we can give it a class name of classes dot, and then that underline under text underline. What's the issue? Spelling words, whatever. Okay, add that in there. Just spread these out so we're clear. Okay, so now we got that underline back. I believe it should have a bold font. Yeah, so this should be bold. So let's actually go and add to this underline class. We don't need this color anymore. We can save that and go back. Now it's it's not the primary color anymore, but we can easily add primary color by saying color, and that should equal to primary. You can just save that, and we can say .main, so it chooses the specific one. We can give this a font weight, so a font weight in the actual CSS. So I'm playing around with all of these so you can see how it works. It's actually works nice. So now it looks exactly the same again, and this body should be a typography, a variant of the, let's see if the body 1 is going to be too big. It's alright. I think it's fine. Yeah, it works for me. Now I just have to add like a padding in the Y direction of 1. Let's see that happen. Refresh. It's not working. Why is it not working? So 1 rem. So why is it not updating? It's actually going over. So we should actually, instead of adding in the text here, we can just go to this underline and give it a margin. Margin at the bottom of, let's say, 2 rem. Okay, it's 2 words. Just like that, a little bit better. And then here we can add back in that styling to give this a border bottom. Let's also make it 2 rem. It's not giving me the 2 rem. So this has a border bottom padding, which is not getting updated. So this paragraph, which is body 1, this SX prop for padding bottom of 2 rem, it's not being added. So why is this happening? Padding bottom 16 pixels, which is wrong. This is interesting. 1 rem. This is this one, H3 variant of body, giving it a padding bottom. Okay, how are you guys doing? Let me know in the chat. I want to talk to you guys a little bit. Yeah, so this is all fine. This is not doing anything, so I can just like remove that. Didn't help at all. This 2 rem seems too much for me now. That's a lot better. And then here we have, okay, so this information should then go away, and then I can add back this, and now it should, okay, yeah, now it's working. Now it is working. So now we can go back and make this actually also 1.5 instead of 2, so it's a little bit neater. Okay, so that's good. I like this. That's all happy days. This is all moved to Material UI. Let's just make this index as well. So index, and then just make sure when we import the job row, it's imported correctly. And there we go. So we've done this entire part. Now it's not mobile yet, so the grids is still squishing, and we want it to not squish. This actually looks like it's working, but why is it working? That's a good question. Let's figure it out. Okay, so this container, and inside of this container we're using job rows, and inside of the job row we're then using a box with the image, and we have a box with the info. And overall I'm guessing that this job row then has a class which gives it, yeah, here you get that responsiveness. So we're going to use the grid from Material UI instead of doing it this way. It's just easier. So let's go and do that. So in the job row we're not going to be using these anymore, so I am inside of a job row. So this classes I'm actually gonna have to move out, I think. So I currently have it here, but I want to use a grid for my responsiveness, and this should be imported from Material UI, and this is going to be a container, and let's quickly import it. Material UI up here, grid. Okay, let's get some energy. I'm feeling I'm talking to myself the whole time, which is happening. Okay, so when it's on extra small screens, we want it to always take the full width of 12, right? And we want to give this a spacing of 2 always, so it's consistent up through the app. So there's going to be 2 containers. The first one's going to contain this image, And the second one, this one is going to contain the info box. You can save that. Okay. And now you can see it looks like this because we're not using these anymore. So I'm going to remove that and see what we're left with. Okay, so we're left with this. And when it's on, let's go into our breakpoints again. So when it's on, I think 900, let's say 900. Here I want it to be placed below each other. Or it can probably go even less. Let's 600. Yeah, let's say at 600 I want to be below each other. Because then it makes sense for me. But other than that, so anything that's small or medium and higher, I want it to display 6 columns. Take up 6 columns. So let's go in here. And there we can see it's next to each other now. It's still not looking great because of the spacing and everything. So let's actually go and give this some spacing, a padding in the Y direction of 2 rem. Let's say, but dude, you are so hardworking. Oh, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. I don't feel like that myself. I feel like I can do a lot more. But that's probably the goal, right? Keep going. Never stop. Okay, so here we have padding of 2 as well. So this padding in the Y direction is fine. But now I think margin auto, display of flex for this, I feel like they are still too close to each other. But if the images were to switch, how would I do this? So I get a property, whether the image should be switched or not, based on left. But now I need to determine how I can switch the order of the grid items. So these are the grid items. And I need to switch them based off of that property, like the order. So I don't know how we can do that. Let's quickly play around on Material UI's docs. Let's go into the grid and check out its API. Down here, we go to API. And let's see if we can do something. We have a class, columns. We can set the columns amount. So it's set to default to 12. Column spacing. The component, the container, the direction. Here's the direction. Wow, guys, look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this. So I'm just going to have on this, I'm going to have a property called direction. There it is. And I'm going to set this based off of the left. So if left is true, then the direction should be row. Just row. Let's think about it. And if it's not left, it should be row. Whoops, that's zoomed in. It should be row reverse. Let's see if this actually works. I would be pretty impressed. Copy this because my ID is too slow. I'm gonna save this. It's complaining cannot find left. Okay, so it's on the props object. So you can say props.left. And now it should switch. So we should have switchings. So you can see it's switching. That's pretty cool, right? And we didn't have to do any CSS for that. Or grid, or like there you can collapses. It's all good. All good. Okay, so now we want to actually get those in the center. I believe I added them in the center here. Yeah, so they're in the center. Actually, they're not. They're on the side still. So that's fine. We can have it like this. I just feel like the padding, this image should be way on the other side. It should be on the flex end. So we can, once again, if the image is not on the left hand side, then this image should have a different, so this class image, I don't think it's doing anything now. Oh, it is, it's doing something. And then inside of the image we collect the span. Okay, so this has a lot more spacing. I'm trying to figure out where the spacing is coming from. Okay, there it is. It has a lot of padding. So the actual job row has padding at the top of 80. So it has a lot of padding. Here we can see 80. So how much rems is that? I'm guessing this is the padding, right? 5. But why over here when I also have 5 padding? So on the actual box, let's go to that box. So here we have the MUI box. There's the, okay, so here our font is only 2. So I'm guessing this is my fault. Yeah, it should be 5. So if I go back, now it looks a lot better. It actually looks like the actual site now. If I click this, it still opens the modal and everything. I'm going to change the modals to use Material UI's modals because the modal setup that I have going here, please don't do it. I use like portals to get it to go to the bottom of the DOM tree, so it doesn't have like a modal inside of a weird component inside of the DOM tree. It always portals to like a specific DOM element which is close to the body, and yeah, it's just confusing. But yeah, let's get this image set up correctly, because here's the box. It takes up this entire size, but we want the image to be aligned to a specific side. So let's say a SX prop. I'm just going to check if it works. I'm going to say, because this grid is this grid item, I think it's display flex by default. Let's check it out. Flex. Yeah, it's display flex by default. So I can add here, if left, then we want something. If right, we want something else. So if it's left, we're going to pass in the justify south to flex start. Else we want to justify south to flex end. So it's going to push the image to the end. And save. Left. Oh, it's once again, it's props dot left. And go back. Okay, so it's not pushing the image, which is this entire span from next, and this span as well. And then we have this. So it's not pushing this image to the side that we want. So this should actually be some logic on the physical image, not on this container. So this box, where's this box? Okay, so this is the box. Yeah, the Material UI box, and we want this to be flex start, which is wrong. We want this justify south or justify content. I thought it would be south, but it's actually justify content, which is still not working because it's something is not being added. So let's check it out. This is the root box. Flex start. If we go to this one, it's also flex start, which is not correct. So I want it to be pushed to that side. So let's try and do it in the DevTools and actually get it working in the DevTools, and then we can try and play around with it inside of the. So over here, it's taking up only half of it. So this job image, which shouldn't be pulled in anymore, because we have the grid, then the container, then the grid item, and another grid item. Class of image. So this image is then aligning things to the center. So here we kind of not doing what we want to. So if we remove this, now it's a little bit too big, right? But it looks like it's actually adding in the property that I want. So here's the box, and it has the content of flex end, but now this box is way too big. So let's actually still give it a class name of classes.image, and now it's going to break a bit, but let's go in here and change the image. So instead of only being flex of half and displaying of flex, and then justifying it to center. Let's just remove this part, that specific part, and now it should probably still not, no, still not updating this. Why is it not updating this? This justify content should be flex end, but it's not working. How many hours do you program every day? That's a hard question. Probably like 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours, because it's my job, right? So you kind of do it every day. Sometimes it's more because I do a little bit of freelancing on the side. So yeah, it just makes coding my whole day basically. But it's a progress, right? When I started coding, it was like 2 hours a day, just like in the mornings. Usually I did a bit of Udemy, and then at the end of the day I would like play around and try something I learned on my own, and then I would be tired because, you know, debugging that's probably like the most part of your job. You know, you just debug the whole time. So yeah, we still need to get used to that, to debug the whole time, and, you know, constantly looking for answers with regards to things, because yeah, you never know actually anything. How did you land your first client for freelancing? So it was a friend. It was actually my cousin. I made this website, this one over here, for him, but it's actually been refactored now to look a little different. He wanted to make it more plain and simple, so we just had this normal website. You can see here, built by the full stack Junkie. If you click on this image, it takes you to the video, then you can play the video, but I'm not going to play anything just now. I get banned. Nothing happened now, right? Actually forgot I can't do that. But yeah, I got my first client through family. It was my cousin, and then as I was on university, I did some people's projects for them, and then it just kind of spread. People telling other people, listen, this guy can do it for you. And then I started getting clients outside of university, where I started just building basic websites for them for a really cheap price, because I only actually did it for myself. You know, you get like paid a little bit to learn, but yeah. And then I did a few e-commerce. I had 2 initial e-commerce, and now I'm busy doing more e-commerce for people, because initially I did this without Material UI, and that's not a good idea. That's a lot of work. And for me myself, that's not worth it. Specifically the price I ask for freelancing things, because it's cheap in equivalence to a business, if you go to an actual business and ask them. But okay, so this justify contents end here actually gets crossed out, so something is overriding it here, and it's coming from the module.css. so here's probably like a here it is. It's still right inside flex direction row. Okay, so this, I'm gonna start removing these. I'm gonna remove this. Let's go back. Now it's actually aligned the correct way. So if I make this size smaller, now when it gets to this point, I want it to be in the center, right? So I actually want the image to take up more real estate. I want it to be a bigger image. The image should be in the center. So for this part, I'm actually going to have to add in that media query. So I'm not going to be able to do this part. I'm going to have to go back and add in those properties. And if I go back, now it's centered in the middle, but here it's not centered correctly. And the reason for this is, let's check it out. It's supposed to be the same, because start. So if we keep everything in the center, I think I actually like it that way. But I did it because this then should align with this, right? You can see it aligns with my where my arrow is, and there it aligns. The same on the side with the text. You can see it aligns. You can see it's exactly the same. So that was what I'm trying to do when I push the images to the sides. I want it still to be aligned. So this is not propagating through when I do it in this fashion. So sx, let's see, if props.left, then I want the justify content to be flex. So if it is left, then I want it to be left alone, just like it is. So if it's not, then I want to add in this style. I don't know if you can add in null. Let's try like this, and then add in null, or just the empty object, flex end. If props like this, props, can I just spell? Okay, it's still not adding it. I don't know why. I don't know. So if it's not left, so if it's on the right hand side, if it's justify content to flex end, but it's not working. Okay, so I have to figure this out, right? We have to figure this out. Because we have a div, and this div needs to flex or justify content to flex end. So this is what should happen, but it's not happening. It's like this logic I'm adding gets completely overridden. Maybe it should be in this one, right? Because we're telling the contents, which is that box. No, still not working. If I actually go to the grid item, did it place it there? Justify content. I don't see any justify content being added. Oh, bummer. We're adding nothing. And then this box, I think it has to do with this issue. Definitely feel like this is the issue with how I'm handling the image. So let's go ahead and do it this way. So currently all of the images are big, right? If I make it small, it's actually... it's still too big, these. I don't think that's nice. I like it smaller. These are too big. So it's part of that image that gets added. And then this is just not switching, which is weird. I thought it would have been the same as with the other one. So in here is where I actually add in the image. Here's the height of the image that we set. The info, we get a flex, center, align. So what is the info? We don't use that anymore. Okay, here it is, the info. And that's aligned center. So is it always aligned center? This is only when it's on mobile. So this is the info section, and then we have the image section. So where's this section up here? Let's add in an image right, like this. Right side image, just right-sided image, justify content to the center. Did I justify it to the center? No, I didn't. Here's the main site. This is not justified to the center. Job row image. Yeah, flex in there. You can see it. It's added. So it's basically this property that's not. I'm like overriding it somehow when I do it that way, because here in the image it's added to center, and then image right side. This is wrong. I'm gonna remove this, see what it does. Doesn't do anything here, and if I make it mobile, it surely doesn't do anything here. Okay, so that was useless information. And there we have the text underline. This is just giving the effects underline. What is this? Job row text underline. It's giving that text underline. Here we have the info, which basically takes up half of that space, but we don't need this anymore because it's basically doing it in the grid, so we don't need that. It doesn't need that anymore. Display of flex. Why do we display of flex? Because we're doing this. This doesn't change anything. So this is just for this part over here. We have the title and the button. They are displayed flex in a column, direction column, so below each other. We center them and we center them inside. So the actual info is over there, and that's also centered to the middle. Yeah, that's fine. This should actually be text centered. Let's go into the grid. This part over here, we have the image, then we have the box with the typography, and this info is then centering it. Why is this also not coming through? As you can see, this text is not text align centered. I think it's not propagating through. If I just would just say text align center though, then it does it. Okay, that's fine. So I'm happy with that now. But this image is still wrong, so I still have to figure out why it's not doing that. So here's the normal image. It's justify content to the center, which is also technically on mobile it should be to the center, so that's fine. So it's in this breakpoint where we have this image and we justify it to this side. We have right hand side. Okay, so here we actually add a class to it. So okay, so I see my problem. So in here we have this box with a class of image, but we need to add an image right hand side. We need to add right hand side to this class. Yeah, because it's checking if it has a class right hand side, and then inside of that, let's check it on the live website. So this is like my actual code I'm running through, right? I'm actually like, I actually forgot my reasoning behind last time, so I'm literally revising what I did. So that's the idea, what I'm doing here. So here it gets placed on not the image. We have right-sided. So this okay, so this grid in return is gonna get a class name. Like, let's check it. Class name. And if props.left, then we want to return this class name. If not, then we want to return it class and right. Let's check it out. What's it called? Right-sided. Okay, so here we can't not return anything, so we need to give it like this and then just null. Oh, I can't return null. That's what it's complaining about. So I need to do this in a way. Classes dot something. So there is no class something, but let's check it out if it's working. Now I can see the images are working. Okay. Okay, so it's still not really in the center here. I actually want this to be in the center right about there. So what's this breakpoint? 900. So this media query should change to 900. Okay, so from here we go down to that position, and then on mobile it looks like this. So this spacing is still a bit too wonky for me. It's not big enough. If we go and check it out on this site, you know, the text first of all is smaller, so that's a lot better readable. Here it's too big, so we're gonna work on that. Okay, but now that's all done. like this part is done, we can actually check it out. Just make sure that there's probably some CSS that's still there that's not used, but that's fine. I feel like I'm not gonna clean that up that much. But now I can go and make a commit. I can say, let's just make sure I've finished everything. So inside of the services part, which is the final part, then we have the footer. Inside of the services part, this is all material UI, and then inside of the job row, this is all material UI. So we've done our job with that. So we can say git status, and we can check that we've changed from the project card, the job row, we've changed a few things here, right? So here we can say git add and git commit, and then give it a message, services section refactored using MUI components. And I don't have to push it now. Okay. So now I'm just going to run this again, enter and run develop. And that's basically almost it. We just need the footer now. And then once we've done the footer, it's basically just going to be the modals. So any pop-up modals. And Material UI makes modals like a breeze. It's so easy. Like the way I did it was so hard and unnecessary actually. Yeah, these are all the same size. These are nice. I like these. They are good, good, good. So the scrolling still works. This does not get influenced at all. The blog section, if we switch to that, this doesn't get influenced at all. So let's actually go ahead and start refactoring the footer. This is going to be a quick one. What are some of these issues? Warning, each child should have a unique key prop. Where is this coming from? Grid projects. So in the projects part, components, projects, and here we are loading a grid. Okay, so this key should be on the grid item over here. Save, and this key should go to the grid item. Okay, so now we won't have that warning anymore, which is great. Okay, and then let's go to the footer. Okay, how are we doing, guys? We're doing good. Are you still following my steps? Is there any questions? Okay, so let's go to the footer. So inside of the footer, I'm using icons. So these are not going to come from Font Awesome anymore. They're going to come from Material UI icons, which is awesomer. Okay, so we have a footer, which is a semantic thing. So we can say box and then give it a component. And let's say as a footer. Let's import box from Material UI. And we can give it a component as a footer. So in the HTML, it's going to render it as an actual footer tag. But I don't really care about this now, but you can do that. So if you still want it to render, instead of a div, it's going to render a footer element. So we're complaining about the class, cannot. Okay, no, it's gone. Okay, so makes this is a footer inner, which is a container. But the footer looks like this. Let's check this out on this side. The footer looks like this, which basically has a small container. And yeah, I think I'm just going to keep it this way, just make it a box. This is an unordered list once again, another unordered list. And then some text. So this text is this paragraph over here. So I'm just going to give it a typography. Copy this down. Every time you autocomplete, the tag doesn't complete. I'm going to remove this class name, get rid of that, see how it looks. Okay, and I'm going to give it a font variant of the body2 text because it's supposed to be a little bit smaller, almost like subtext, okay? And then I want to give it a color of common and then the white color. And then I want to give it a style, so just a text aligned of center. Now it's in the center. Sweet, we get all of this back just like it was. That's great. So now the box, and we remove the class name, so we're not using any CSS there. So the footer itself, I'm going to rename to index, and then just make sure in my layout where it gets imported that it's imported correctly. So footer, yes, that's fine. I can actually rename layout as well to index, and then just make sure inside of the app._app page that the layout gets imported correctly, and it does. Okay, sweet. So inside of the layout I have my footer, and inside of my footer I have this class which basically gives us this padding. So I'm just going to remove this and just add it in myself. SX and padding in the Y direction of, I think it should still be 5 rem. And then we can give it a background color of the primary. We can just say primary and save. It should be primary.main and save. Then we have back our footer, which is cool. Okay, and then these icons is the social list that gets blobbed over here. And technically these don't need to be in a UL, right? So these can be in a grid almost, because when we go to mobile, I think they actually like drop below each other. Everything goes below each other. So this could be a grid. So I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna import material UI's grid. And this is gonna be a container with a spacing of 2. And then we have a grid. Which will be an item. And there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grid items. So 2, 4, 5. And then each one of them is going to get these properties. So just like that, get rid of this. Just like that. You can get rid of that. And I'm going to do this for all of them and just add them in their own grid item container. And then I'm going to set the grid breakpoints, and then it's going to work. It's just going to work, guys. It's understanding what Material UI is doing for you, and that's where you win, when you understand what it's doing for you. Okay, so if I go back here, we can see that it's in a grid format now, but it's not. Let's actually remove. Here is this part. What is this container? Let's just remove footer. Let's see what it does. I'm gonna remove this and see if this is important at all. Not really, right? So we can actually just say text align and set it to center. And that should push everything to the center. No, it's not working. Why is it not working? Let's display or flex and align items. So actually display grid, and we can say place items in the center. Okay, now it's back in the center. Now it's just this menu icon, this grid, that's not doing the same thing. Because we don't want this to take the entire spot, so we can actually wrap this inside of a container from Material UI. And now it's inside of this container. And we can actually add things to the center of this container. So let's actually drop this container down all the way below, like this. So now we can actually SX text align center. What am I doing? Okay. And we can remove this because it should add it in the center. And then here, instead of having this, we can add another grid with icons. So a grid, also going to be a container. Also going to have spacing of 2. And we're going to have a grid item. And we're going to have, how many of them? 4. 2, 4. Okay, and then here I'm just gonna add in this link. Save this link, and then save, and then this link, and then save this link, and then save. We can remove this and we can go check it out. We can see how it looks. Okay, so it's not looking as great yet, but we're getting there. We're getting there. And another thing is these font awesome icons are going to be from Material UI. So let me actually show you Material UI's icons. So I can say icons, and it gives me this page, Material icons, and here I can search for every icon I want. So sometimes it doesn't have something you want, and that's probably when you would reach for something like font awesome or icons or something that has what you want. So if I say GitHub, then I can see I have the GitHub icon and I can import it. I just click there, I've imported it. I'm gonna paste it down here. I'm just gonna drag this in, and instead of there where it says fav icon, this like this, I'm just gonna say git icon. And if I go back, we can see we still have that. So that's awesome. Now we do it for Instagram. So we grab the Instagram IG, Instagram, whoops, mechanical keyboard breaking. Okay, here we have Instagram. Copy that, go ahead, paste it in, just copy the name, and then instead there where we have this, we just add in Instagram. If we go back, we can see it added in nicely. Now we need YouTube. Copy that, paste it in. I'm just going to copy this here, and then font awesome icon gets switched out with YouTube icon. You can see it updated nicely. And the last one is LinkedIn. Okay, and copy this and go back, paste it in, copy the LinkedIn, and add it in here, save. Now we can actually go ahead and remove all of these because they're not used anymore, and we can remove the font awesome import. So now we have all of that in our project. We can actually go ahead and npm remove the Material UI or the font awesome. We can remove this font awesome one. We can remove this one. Can remove this one. All of the font awesome things we can now go ahead and remove because that's unnecessary packages to our project. Let's remove this one as well. And then if you want to get it completely, if you want to get it done for a customer, you probably want to remove all of these vulnerabilities. Just has to do with how the packages are imported. And I think there's one more. Material icons. No, nothing. Okay, sweet. So now we have fixed and changed our icons to work. Now we just have to style them so that they don't look as shitty. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Footer. Okay, now we have this grid and this grid and this. So we actually want to center everything. So if we want to display or flex, and we want to give this actually a margin of 0 and auto, let's save that. Does it do anything? Doesn't look like it pushes it up there. And I would do align items center and justify content center. Still not doing anything. Oh, you know what? npm run dev. It's not gonna do anything because I'm not running the server. Okay. Scroll down, see how it looks. Okay, so now it kind of made these things inside of a flex row. So we should just say flex direction is column below each other. Okay, so it's still not doing, so none of this is working. So let's just remove that. It's not doing anything. And actually, if I just keep the text aligned, just the text aligned center, this will do it for that part. But these are taking this, they're still taking the full width. So if I open my dev tools, I can scroll down and see that they're still taking the entire width. So if this actual component would just to be margin, and let's say auto, it's strange that it's not pushing it to the middle, right? I would have thought that it would push it to the middle. Because this is a little bit weird. If I were to add on this grid display, I don't want to display over it, so I don't want to override this flex and its row. So if I were to just say justify content center, then it's working. Okay, so I need to go to each one of the containers, and this should be justify content, and this should be center. Let's actually check it out. I'm going to refresh. Okay, there it is. We've got it. We've got it. Just add this to the other grid container as well. And then we have them all in the center. Now we just want to give them a little bit of padding in the Y direction. Let's once again say 1 rem. Should get it split up a little bit. Save. Okay, now it looks a lot better. The only thing is we've got a repetition of code here, which we can probably refactor. Just gonna collapse these items and spread them out a little bit, so it's easier for me to read when they're closed. Okay, so now we have these items in here in this grid, and the same for these. Just gonna open them up a little bit. Okay, there we have it. Okay, so how is the views going? We have 9 people watching. That's good. Thanks, guys. Yeah, let's continue. Let's go here. Now these should actually, first of all, be bigger in font size. So these actual items, these should be bigger. They're internals. So this is a link, but this should be the MUI link. So let's actually import that from MUI. We can import the link as link MUI and then use that instead of the A tag, because now we get the ability to say variant and give it a variant of body 2, and we can go ahead and do that for all of them. I'm just going to copy this actually. It's a quicker copy and paste, and like this. Next, like this. Okay, so let's check how it looks. Okay, now we can't actually see these items because their color looks to be wrong. Their color is the primary color, which is wrong, which is definitely wrong. I should give all of them, I'm just going to copy this part and select all of them, and I'm going to give them a color of common dot white. Okay, there it's back. It's kind of weird type of spacing here for some reason. What is this? Oh, it's just a normal one here without these variant props. Let's get them, grab them, paste them in. Okay, here we can see everything, and we just want to remove the underline. I don't like the underline in this specific situation. So I'm just going to add this to all of the MUI links. And I'm just going to say the underline should be none. And boom, there we have it. Hello, please let me know how do hacking in Python. You're a very handsome boy, and I have your WhatsApp number. Thank you, Michiel. I appreciate your support. And yeah, if you want to learn hacking, start learning to make websites first. So yeah, just keep on following the video, I guess. Then you will start learning how hacking works and where vulnerabilities lie and stuff like that. Okay, so we have that underline being hidden, so this is not giving us a clickable action. That's weird. It should be clickable. It should give us a hover. Okay, so I'm actually gonna stop with this here because I feel like this is fine. The icons has to be white, so let's just go and make them white. If I add the color here of common dash white, is it gonna propagate? Yes, okay, it propagates. That's great. So it goes through all the way. And then something is wrong here. It has too much padding, or this one doesn't have that style. So let's actually give it a S6 padding in the Y direction of 1 rem. Now the spacing should be padding in the Y direction. Okay, now it's equal. Okay, now that looks a lot better. And now this entire page and everything is set up with Material UI. This is awesome, guys. I'm very happy. Thank you for your thoughtful reply, sir. It's a great pleasure, my friend. I don't think this is the right place for the stuff here on. Yeah, definitely no hacking stuff happening here. But yeah, thanks for the question there. Okay, so the thing I think we didn't edit yet, now that I think about it, is this logo. I think the logo component still uses once this should be index. Okay, and this should be. Okay, we're gonna change this. We're gonna upgrade this now. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so this H1, is this H1 size actually the size of these H1s? That's the question, right? So is this H1, this is a font size of 32 and this has a font size of 32. It does. Okay, so that's cool. Okay, now we just have to go into the nav bar and make sure the layout okay, let's close this. What happens here? Nothing really happens here that's important. Yeah, let's remove that. We can remove the class as well. But inside of this inner nav, that's where we use the logo. And I just want to make sure this import is correct. Okay, that's import is correct now. This import is correct now here. Okay, so now this is working again. And what I want to do is the side menu. This is where I do something with the portal. Don't do that ever, guys. Don't work with the portal. Okay, and the next thing we need to do here is this logo gets imported correctly, but the logo we want to change to use the Material UI thingy-majiggies. So in here we have this A tag, which is a clickable link with an image, and then we have a H1. So easy. We know how to do this, guys. This is coming from from NextJS. We have a link here with an H1 with a class of logo, so we can actually make this an avatar coming from Material UI, and the source of this avatar can be the source of this logo, and then the alt can be the same. We can actually copy everything from this. We can copy it here. I think we can remove the width and height and just make that let's say 60 pixels. I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna remove this. Okay, that's fine. This is a typography. And we want to give this a variant of H1. And the color should be white. But it's complaining about this avatar. It has 2 sources, which is wrong. It's better now. Link href. So this should all be inside of an A tag, according to NextJS rules. Okay, so this H1 for the logo is way too big. It's crazy. It's way too big. Can't use this in that fashion. But that's too small. Let's make it 80/80. Let's see if that's better. It's still a little bit too small. Make it 100. 100. 100. What are things to be careful about while making image responsive? Can you give some best practices for it? So, dude, if you ask me, I struggle so much with images, right? So, what I've learned with images is never set a height property. If you set the height, you break the response, then all of the responsibility of the response of the image is your problem. So when the screen goes to this part, you're going to have to change the width and the height. Because the thing is, you can set the width of an image and then it would automatically just scale its height. But the moment you set the height of an image, then you get locked in. Then you kind of, in this situation where I have like my logo and I just want the logo to be the image, it's fine. I'm actually going to revert back to where I was because this image also looks, it's bad quality. I can see it's a little bit blurred. And I think variant, let's make it a H2 variant, which is not going to be that broken. And here I want to go into the A tag. So yeah, that's my advice with images. Don't set the height and always work with relative heights. So never set a physical height. Always give it like a responsive height, like percentage or, you know, screen width. You know, you go on the percentage of something. So that's what I've got with images. And with images, it's always better to have it inside of a container, specifically in Next. I have an image inside of a container, so I never add an image on its own. It's always inside of a box where I give the box the actual width and height I want. And then the image, I'm just telling the image, listen, take all available space in this box. So width 100, height 100. And then I set the object fit of the container to cover or contain so that it keeps the aspect ratio of the image. So respective to its container height then. Okay, yeah, so the container is specifying the height. So you're not telling the image to be that height because sometimes that could cause a lot of issues with responsive design. That's just what I've gotten into when I did a few things with images. If I may suggest, in the recent project section, you could add links to the live projects, use badges for technologies. Definitely, that's a good idea. I already have a button with links to go to the project, so the badges for the technologies is actually a great idea. I think it would look nice if these were to be, you know, material UI badges. Let's go check it out. It's just badge. We can add these type of badges in. Nice. That's a good idea. Thanks. Definitely gonna do that. And instead of this badge, we give each technology maybe a different color. And yeah, I think that would look nice. That would look nice. Okay, let's just get this working again. So it's complaining because when you use a link and you add something inside of the link, it should always be inside of an A tag. And this A tag then doesn't need the href because Next kind of in the background renders it as one A tag. So that's just something to keep in mind. So what did I have here? I had the image, right? So I can't backspace to where this file was. Oh, here I can. No. Okay, so here I'm way at the beginning. So this can now be, instead of an A tag, it's going to be a material, but I'm not going to do that. This is just going to be a typography. And I'm going to change this to a variant of the H2 because I'm actually not using H1s, I'm using H2s. and copy this, paste it in there, make sure it's imported. Let's import from material UI. It's not okay, it's imported. Okay, so that looks fine now. Now it's still working, we still have that. It's not scrolling back though. /home. So that's where the ID of the Euro section is probably missing, or the home section. Yeah, on the Euro section here the ID is missing, so ID of home. Now it scrolls back up, so we still have this weird little jump. How did I do this? It has to do with where this is marked. This is in the Euro section, and then inside of the pages in the app we have, or in here we have the Euro, and then we have this. So maybe we need to give this an ID of home and then remove this ID of home so it scrolls actually to the top. It's still not scrolling to the top, so it's kind of it's losing its home spot. So it's jumping a little bit, but I'll fix that now. That's something weird going on. Just a little bit padding missing, I'm guessing. I'm just gonna leave that there for now, or just remove it. Okay, so everything is refactored to Material UI now, so that's cool. These can have a little bit of a different vibe, like we mentioned. When we go into mobile responsiveness, everything is responsive except for the footer. So let's just make everything get thrown beneath each other on the footer. So instead of footer, we're just gonna have these grids, and each one of these grid items. So let's just open this up, and each one of these grid items are gonna have the same breakpoints. Okay, so I'm gonna say on extra small screens, I want them to be full size, and then on medium or small screens and up, I want them to be next to each other. So there's 5 in this one. So if you want to get 5, or is it 4? 2, 4, 5. It was 5. 2, 4. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Okay, so this one, in order to get all of them next to each other, so 4 of them next to each other means each one should take 3, because 3, 3, 3, 3 is 12, and there's 12 columns. So that one should be fine, but now it's this one where there's 5, so we need to take 5 and divide it by 12, and that's like 5 divided by 12 divided by 5 is 2.4, so we can say 2.4 of the grid size. Only be, yeah, just like this. And if we save and go check out what's the problem here, the small, we don't need this or this on the typography. Don't know why I added that there. Okay, and we go back. Now we can see they're all beneath each other, so they get bigger. They're taking too much space now. I don't know why it's giving these items the same. Oh, this is very wrong, like that. Okay, so that's too much spacing for my liking. So I'm gonna make this 1.5 as well, 1.5, and this 1.5, and then these items, or these grids, should have a max width. So these containers of the grids, so this will have a max width of, let's say, 600 pixels, and then we want to margin, we want to set it in the middle. So margin, let's save this and see what it does. Okay, that's better. Let's add the max width here as well. Okay, but now we want to add the margin property. So margin, and we want to set top and bottom to 0, and then the left and right should be auto, so it pushes it to the middle. Okay, like this. That's better. And then if we make it mobile, yeah, it basically does that. Boom. And when it jumps, it goes there. And I'm happy with this. I'm happy with how this looks. You can't go wrong with things being underneath each other. Now the biggest issue is this font size. This font size is killing me. So let's dive into how to make font sizes responsive. That's pretty freaking cool. So if we go to Material UI and we actually go, let me open up another project that I actually did this in. Recent, I did a freelancing project for Tradelander. I'm not seeing it here. Let's close this up. Okay. Into what was this again? I couldn't remember. Under what did I add it? Oh, it's the if. Yeah, in here, and then cd into the full stack Junkie front end. Okay, npm run dev. Okay, how are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? We're doing well. You see, this video has gotten 40 likes already. I'm pretty happy with that. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so let's go ahead. These styles are kind of getting repeated. If I highlight this, it's going to highlight the top one or the bottom one as well. They're basically exactly similar except for the color. This one gets a color of white, and this one and adds the color of white to each of the links. Let's see if it actually propagates down. So if I were to remove this, or not remove that from there, just copy it and add it up here, in here, and we were to remove this, is it still going to work? That's the big question. Yes, it does. So let's actually go ahead and remove all of these, because it gets propagated down to each of the links from its parent container. Okay, that's cool. It still needs that hover state, which it doesn't have. Okay, this is what I wanted to do here. I kind of lost my train of thought now. Yeah, here we actually setting this. We can actually even set the color up here to common dot white, and now we can remove it from these grids. So it's inside of here. Text align center. We can remove it from the grids. This typography can be removed as well. And remove. So this should work. Okay, so it gets propagated right through all the way from the first parent container. Okay. So the next thing we actually need to do is these modals. So let's go ahead and do those. Currently I have a very bad setup for modals. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a contact form. And I'm going to make some context just to open modals. So I'm going to go ahead and context, and I'm going to open a new one. I'm going to say modal context slash, and then in here I'm going to have a modal provider, modal state, just modal provider dot tsx, and then in here I'm going to do all of my my state management for modals. So this contact modal context, I'm actually going to like remove all of this. I don't want that. More info modal, I'm also going to remove this. I don't want that. And then side menu, I think let's remove that as well. I don't need that. Okay, so we're going to have a lot of issues now, but let's start. So we're going to import from React, because we're going to use context now, right? Global state. So we're going to say from React, we want to create a context, create context. So let's export this context. We're gonna call it modal context, and we're gonna say this is equal to create context. And this create context then is a function that takes in an object, and this object will specify how our context or state will look and what functions we will be able to get from this context. Now we want to actually go and create this function, so we're going to say export default, and we're going to have a function, and we're going to call it modal provider, which is going to be a JSX component that basically uses the context and wraps the app. So we're going to return this modal context as a component, so modal context, and then on this context we have something called, we want it to be a provider. So in here we're going to just wrap all of the children. This children is going to come from the React functional component, obviously, and here we're going to need an interface. So I'm going to say interface and modal provider interface. And then here we have children, and if you remember I said this should be React node. So we're telling it in this children will be some type of React node. It's going to be a child component basically. And then we just need to add modal interface here. And then this needs a value, and we're going to pass it a value. But we're first going to create a const where we structure this value as an object. So this is basically going to be it, and we have going to have state here, so use state, and here we're basically just going to have a true or false. So initially it's going to be false, and we'll call this what type of modals do we have in our app, right? So let's go ahead and look. So the full stack Junkie, we have the contact, which is a modal, so the contact modal, and we have the services modal. And then when it is in mobile view, we have this side drawer modal, which is nice. Material UI is going to do this very easily for us. Okay, so okay, let's see how's it going, guys. Any questions? Is there anything? Okay, let's see. Hi there. Hi. We would appreciate a blog post or video on how to deploy NextJS apps with custom server with Docker. I watched your shopping cart with Redux. I was really helpful, but just wanted to know, should I keep the logic inside the reducer or separate? So the reducer is basically, there shouldn't be much business logic going. The actions should contain the business logic, and you will have a dispatch that goes to your reducer and then tells it what switch case to follow, and then you'll update it with the already formatted data. So if you have to do data formatting before you go into the reducer, then rather do that and then dispatch the already formatted data. I'm a full stack developer but lack knowledge on production/development. Where can I start to learn about it? Freelancing, man. Do freelancing, start doing things on your own. You make your own blog site, make your own website, and start doing things. Have like a mini game or tic-tac-toe in your website where you kind of have to work with production level things. You have to what did I just say? You have to deploy new versions and make sure it doesn't break and stuff like that. So when it comes to production, I think a good skill to learn is obviously Git and GitHub. If you know how to use that, then production level environments will start coming second nature. You'll understand that this branch is still working on and this branch should never break and stuff like that. But you get production development experience from the job or doing jobs, doing work with regards to that. But yeah, okay, so we have those modals. So I'm just going to create, this is going to be contact form modal, and let's just call it open contact modal and set open contact modal. And then in here, the values, we're going to have open contact modal in set open contact modal. And then this value is then going to be passed to the provider, and then everything that's wrapped will have access to manipulate this modal. So I'm going to have one modal provider, and this is going to handle all of the states of my modals. So once I open once this open contact modal is open, then it will close all of the other states of modals that are there, and then just open the contact modal, and then the modal will use Material UI. So let's actually go ahead and check it out. So we're gonna need, where is that currently? So we have the contact form, and this is probably just the form, right? So here I'm gonna use a package called so here we're sending the contact data. Here we have the form with a load of state. We have different loading states and stuff, and I'm going to use a package called Formik. I don't know if you guys have used Formik before, but basically here we're checking the different statuses, and I don't want to have all of this logic, and Formik is just going to help us do this much quicker. Okay, so let's actually quickly just update this. I'm on the same path and recommend Docker. Yeah, so I read that comment. Usually when I deploy things with NextJS, I just use Vercel. But you'll definitely have to use some Docker environment, because Vercel in the background, obviously with the image optimization and the fact that your images kind of gets cached and stuff, you need to, I think in the Vercel documentation for deploying, you can go and read up on how to set up. I haven't actually set up an environment not using Vercel. I tried doing it on Linode, but then I had a lot of issues with my images. Like the images was giving so many issues. I set up the sharp package that they mentioned. You need a sharp package to, reduce the size of the images and stuff like that. But yeah, I never did that. So yeah. Okay, let's actually go ahead and work on the contact form. So here we have an interface. I'm just gonna create an interfaces.ts file. And here I'm going to export this interface. I'm going to copy this, paste it in here, and then import it. Okay, so that's for that function. Here we have context, so we don't need that anymore. Okay, here we're hooking into that. We're not going to hook into that specific one. We're going to hook into the contact or the modal context, just like that. We actually have to wrap the entire app with that context now. So let's go into our app context tree, and instead of having this context here, because we actually deleted all of them, I'm going to import the what's it called, modal provider, and we're only going to have one provider, and it's going to be the modal provider thus far. So just going to close or remove all of these and save. Now our app should have access to this, but it's actually going to break now because some of the parts needs that context. But let's see how far I can go before something really breaks. Okay, so here on this theme provider, so let's actually go back to the context and this modal provider. Okay, so here the context is going to look like this. We're going to have an open contact modal, and this is just going to be a boolean that's going to be set to false initially. Then we have a set open contact modal, and this is just going to be a function that returns nothing. And yeah, so this is just going to help us with IntelliSense. So what's this telling us? Boolean is not assignable to type this. Yeah, so this should actually be of type dispatch. I'm just going to copy this. Whoops. Because this is the type of a set state operation in TypeScript. So we'll actually give this, and we'll say modal context interface. And then we'll go to the interfaces file, and here we can say export interface, and then we'll call it modal context interface. Just like that. We have these properties open. Okay, this is going to be a boolean, and this is going to be that weird type. If we hover over it, we can see that this is of type dispatch set state action, and it returns a boolean action. So we need to import dispatch from React and set state action from React as well. So now it won't complain here anymore. So we'll get autocomplete on our objects. We can import this quickly, import this, and it's going to tell us, listen, this is wrong or this is right. So now I can actually, if I destructure, I can see these two options. So once again, TypeScript for the win. Okay, so we want to set open modal, contact modal, and basically we want to set this to false. If this use effect runs, and then where do we do it? Another place? No, we're not doing it any other place where we're closing the modal. So there's probably a button somewhere that we click to close the modal. Notification data. So here's the close modal button. So this is just going to be a function. Let's actually create that function. Const close modal fn. And all we're going to do here is set this set modal to false. And then we can, whenever this modal header, we're going to call this function. So we're giving a pointer to that function, and it's just going to call that function and close it. So now let's actually see if the modal opens and closes. We can see it opens and closes with our new state that we added. So that's pretty cool. Okay, let's see the comment sections. Hi Lloyd, some extra suggestions for your project to avoid having big import paths. Yeah, you can do that. Instead of / components as file, put everything in a source file then. Yeah, that's definitely true. You can actually do that with your node modules as well, because your dependencies, you can go and add in your dependencies. I can add components and then navigate to where my components would be, and then I can say components, and then like this, and now my project, everywhere where I say components, it would like default to the base route where it can be found. But I'm not going to do that now. But yeah, you can also do it inside of yeah, I've seen this done before. Thank you very much for your advice. Okay, so we're in the modal. I'm just going to make this a box as well, because we remember a box is everything. And here we have notification that gets popped up. I don't want this anymore. I'm going to use a different notification setup. So this box can be the root component here. Okay, alright, thanks for the tip. Didn't know that either. Yeah, so that's basically how your package.json maps out your packages, right? So each one of these packages are in your node modules, and this, if it doesn't have a path to that module, it's just going to look for it inside of the node modules folder, where if you give it a path, then it's inside of your project and it basically does the same thing. It sometimes it's a little bit wonky, it doesn't work always. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, so play around with it. Okay, so we have a flex container, another flex control, and a button. So I'm going to update this completely. I'm going to use only material UI elements, because material UI is very nice form elements. So here I'm going to have, these two are next to each other, right? So I'm going to have a grid, a container. Let's just import this from material UI. And let's give it a spacing of 2 again. And then I have grid, and it's an item. And in this item, I'm going to have a text field. So a text field from material UI, which will have a label. And this label will say, what is your name? So your name. And then I want another grid item. And this is going to be your email. So this will be of type email. And then we need just a normal select box. So here we'll have some select. So for now, I'm just going to add in this normal select over here. Wait, this is a grid item, should have another grid item, and then another grid item, and that's it. So that's it for the grid. I can actually remove this because I don't really care about any of its styling. And this will be the same button as we had previously. So we'll just give this a class name. We'll give this a box. This will be a box, and we'll give it it should be of type submit though. So let's leave it as a button. We can just give it a class name of btn and save. Okay, that didn't really do anything because I'm not working on... it's crazy. It's crazy if you do things and you're not checking. Okay, so obviously the state works. We can check. What's the issue now? If I go to blogs, material icons. Okay, so it's looking for context that's not there. Let's just go back to page 1. Why is it not working? So now I've broken the footer. Module cannot be found. Context, contact modal, context. Yeah, so this is the issue right now. So inside of the footer, everywhere that I'm using this context that I deleted is the issue now. So this should be for the contact. So let's go modal context, and I want to get the set open, and then the contact modal. And all that I'm going to do here is when you click on that button that takes you there, so I think it's this one here, instead of doing like that, we're just going to say set it to true. So we want to open it, right? So when you click it, you want to open it. So we're basically going to run it like this, and this shouldn't have an issue anymore. We can delete this import and reload. Is it still having an issue? Now it's having an issue on something else. So we remove this everywhere, and all we're gonna do is have one modal and call it modal context, and then in here I'm gonna import the open contact modal, and then we'll use this open contact modal to determine whether we open the contact form modal or not. So this will be a material UI modal and not just some random modal. So I'm going to actually remove this modal class completely and then import it from material UI. So I'm going to say import from @MUI /material, and we get the modal. And for this modal, if we go to material UI and we check out the modal, we can see open modal, and basically the modal has an open and an on close. So I gave this modal an open and an on close. So this is going to be on close, and this open is going to be my open contact modal. So if I save this, the close is going to be, let's just run the function set open. Let's just import it as well from our context. So we can say set the open contact modal, and in here I'm going to set this, and I'm going to set it to false. So this function will run whenever we have to close. So these modals are just going to hide it for now because we haven't worked on their state yet. Okay, so now it should work again. Let's run it. Where's the next issue? Inside of the inner nav. So when we open, it's still looking for that same context. So the inner nav, this should also be renamed to index. And let's just go and make sure here we use it, it's saved. Okay, so the inner nav here, it's still using the context. So this is open. So I'm gonna copy this down and call this modal context. And from here I'm going to pull out the open contact modal. And the side menu and all of these, so this is I'm gonna remove, this is what I'm gonna remove, and then these I can remove as well, but the open contact modal should be over here, so it should actually be the set open contact modal. And then over here we're gonna run it, and this is when we open the contact form, and we're gonna set this to true. Now for this hamburger icon though, this is open side menu, so currently we're just gonna remove this on click for now, so that it doesn't error out. Okay, reload. Okay, what's the issue? Failed to resource inner nav. This was refreshed as well. Okay, we have one more spot. Where is it at? The add copy hero. Okay, so in the hero section, the add copy index here, we are using that context as well. So modal context, and then just the set open. Yeah, gonna remove this import, and then there where it is used to open the modal, it's these buttons. Just gonna add it here and set this to true. Okay, so now this should be updated, right? To true, just true, what it's doing there. Okay, so if we go back now and reload, there's probably a few more in the jobs row. So in the job row, you're able to open up something. So inside of the, it's in the services job row, and then the index here, we're once again extracting some things when we open the modal. So this entire part here for open more info modal is gonna be different. We're not gonna do it this way. But yeah, I've been going on for a little while now, so I'm gonna take another break. I know this is a very long live stream, but this is the idea, right? Going into everything and just developing all the way. So I'm gonna take one more break, and then it's gonna be my last break, and then I'm gonna basically finish up until the end. So have like a five minute break, and then a little bit longer than 5 minutes, and then I'll see you guys again. So yeah, thanks for sticking with me, these 6-7 people sticking with me. Thank you. Like I really hope you benefit from watching me. Like really, I'm not trying to do this to waste any time or anything. This is really, if this doesn't benefit you, then you guys should tell me, then I'm gonna stop doing these type of videos. But yeah, this is solidly just to help you guys and do a project and work with you through everything. So yeah, we're just gonna take a little bit of a break, and then I'll see you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes. Cheers. Hello, I'm back. Okay, are you guys ready to continue? Let's get this thing working and fixed up. Using Material UI. Honestly, just use these libraries. Just get good with one. Don't learn all of them. It's why? Why would you want to learn all of them? Choose one you like that gives you everything that you like, and then just learn how to use it and build proper scalable software with it. Okay. So where we at? So we're still looking to resolve some of the issues regarding the context that I just deleted out of the project. Never do that in a big project. This is a small project, so that's why I did it. But if it's a big project, you're gonna sit with a lot of work and you have to fix that before you can do anything else. So let's go ahead and do that. So the next thing is in the jobs row file, and I'm guessing we're there, right? I am here. And we're importing more info context, and then we're adding it here. So I'm just gonna, for now, just because, yeah, I'm gonna remove this, and I'm gonna remove this. I said this, but hopefully you can see what I mean. And here I'm just gonna add the interfaces.ts file, and I'm gonna move, whoops. I'm going to move this interface out of here because I want that consistency out throughout my app. I know there's a few files I didn't do that, but I have to start doing that. Why can I stop switching? Okay, so what is it looking here for? Service info, and it's coming from the state. So in that context. So inside of that context, we defined how a service info piece of state looked like. So what I'm gonna do to actually go and get that, see, don't delete things like I did, is I can go into GitHub, just quickly check out my repository where I did this. Okay, so there you learned something from me. Don't do that. Don't delete big chunks of files just like that. Okay, it was in the context. In what file is it asking here? It went to the modal more info, yeah. And then here we're exporting. No, it's here. Here we have these pieces of states. I'm just going to grab this and I'm going to add it into this interface file. Okay, so I'm going to rename this to job row props. I'm going to go back and I'm going to physically delete this, and in here I'm going to go to job. There you go. Whoa, we got it back. Nice. Okay, contact. Now it's opening up there. Okay, so it's actually pretty cool, right? But the only thing we didn't do is we didn't set Material UI to add it to the center. So we can check in the modal. A modal has an option from where it opens, right? So here the modal is opening in the middle. Oh, that's with a drawer. No, the modal always opens in the middle. Okay, let's quickly check what is the issue with the modal. But it's opening now, so we got into a point where everything should open that modal, that needs to open that modal. Here I can't see my footer. What happened to my footer? So it's the one above. I can't see these items. You know what, these I think they do need the color because this might change them. So if I set this color equals to primary dot main, did it change any of them? Doesn't look like it, right? No, it didn't change any of them. Okay, so let's quickly figure out if I add a SX prop here with a color of primary Dot main. Is it in the DOM? It's the same color, and for some reason my color here isn't going through. I would have thought either one of these would have updated that. But where did the color then get set? Because it had to get set somewhere. So this is on this link. There's the first color. Oh, you know what? It shouldn't be primary main. Common white. Okay. So for some reason here, what if I set color common white? See, it doesn't propagate through to the rest. So that's why I have to do that for all of them. Does the color property do this? No, I don't think it does. Let's just copy this, and I'm gonna add that to all of these. See, this is kind of also what's different than Material UI against something like Tailwind. Tailwind, you don't really get, you get like these utility classes in CSS out of the box, right? But you don't get components as big as Material UI out of the box, and sometimes those component building blocks with enough customizability is much more valuable to me. But yeah, now it works. Okay, and then the modal, we now just need to check that it doesn't open at the top. It should actually open. I'm gonna close everything up. It should open I can delete this. Continue. Yes. Delete. Okay. Now I did it again, but it's okay. It's forcing me to go through a path quickly. Just want to check what the error is. Contact form. Modal header. Instead of contact form, I'm using the modal header that says get in touch. Let's bring back this one. Discard this, restore. Restore. It's going to check inside of the modal. Then we have the modal header. If we open it, that still works. Okay, that's fine. We don't need the modal, so we actually can move the modal header into the components root directory, and then just delete modal. And then here we just need to change the import. Modal header, okay, it changed it itself. And this doesn't exist anymore. So, more info. Okay, so I'm in more info now. Why am I in more info? These files shouldn't get loaded, so it's fine. These I can go out. Just save and it's fine. It shouldn't influence this because we're not loading those yet. Okay. rename this to index, and then make sure the import of it inside of the layout is correct now. Okay, it's fine. Now here is where the modal gets added, and by default this should go to the middle. So this box contact form, for some reason this is not doing its job anymore. Let's go check out what its CSS says. Padding, and then background is the tertiary color. Okay, it's for this box. Then we have the form header, which has an H2. Let's go ahead and check this out. This will become a box from Material UI. This will become a H2 from Material UI with a variant of H2. Otherwise we have to give it a different variant if it's not correct. And then here we have the X. I think this is what forms the X, right? So this can actually also become a component of like a icon, but I'm gonna leave it like that for now because you can do like animations with two different X markers. Okay, so now everything is still the same. Now I need to understand why. I can remove this. It's fine. And then here I should actually rename this. Not delete it, Lloyd. What was it that I just deleted? Contact form. No. Modal header. Stupid. Modal header. No, that was the wrong one. Is this like in order? No, I'm just being a dumbass. I think that's from where I'm gonna get it. I think I messed up now. What did I change in here? Basically everything. Okay, and I wanted to rename this to index and then make sure there where I use it, it just gets saved. But now I want it to not use these styles, because what are these styles? Display of flex, justify space between, align items to center, margin bottom. Okay, so this is for the box, that's fine, we can keep that. Then we have the close button, and then it's divs. Okay, that's fine, we need to keep that. Okay, so the header is done. So something with how it gets displayed in the modal, right? I thought the modal would set it to center. Is there like a property you need to set for this? Okay, so it's getting opened up in that corner. Is there like a option I need to set on Material UI? Am I like just not looking? What's the difference? I'm not really... Is dialogue almost giving you a background? Am I supposed to specify this as A6, and then display flex, justify, content center, and align items center. Ah, it works. Okay, so now I can remove this, comment this back in. Okay, so the form is a little bit messed up, but it's fine, we're gonna fix that. So now at least it's in the middle. So that's pretty cool. We can actually do it for this form as well, but then we need to actually recreate the more info context. I'll check it out now. Okay, so we got this still message, and now we got our nice Material UI inbox input boxes, which is pretty fancy. And now I just need to align their grid. So now I can go back to the contact form, finally. And these items, I'm gonna give on extra small screens the size of 6 grids or columns, and these are both gonna take 12. So they are from the get-go going to be take all the spots. So now my contact form will look something like this, and then by adding this property, oops, whoa, okay, by adding full width, so basically we're adding it as a boolean just by adding it. If we save it, then we get a lot nicer looking form already. So that's pretty cool. So all of the names are not email. This one's name is gonna be, this is gonna be a select box actually, and this is gonna be a message box, and this can be a multi-line, and I'm actually gonna give this, let's see, a height of 300 pixels. So it's not actually making the actual size of the input bigger, and I want to make the size of the input bigger so that the user can see there is more typing space. 300 is a little bit too big though, but like this almost there. Yeah. So how would I do this? See, now it's kind of adding that weird. Just gonna put on a jersey because it's a little bit chilly. Okay. Okay, so we have the contact form. This is looking weird. Let's refresh. Okay, it's still doing that because we gave it a height here, which is wrong. I'm actually not sure. We're gonna have to like build our own thing. How to make MUI text field height. What? Don't feel like that's the right solution. I said that for the previous one. Size. And the sizes are medium or small. Small is definitely not gonna work for what I am trying. No, it's literally making it smaller. Yeah. This is actually fine for me. This is enough space for one message, and it will eventually, if I like type like this, it goes into multiple lines. But yeah. Anyway, now we just need to give it like a little bit of spacing here, so that's pretty cool. And we can do that by giving the grid as a whole spacing, or a style where we give the padding in the y direction of 1 rem or 1.5. Let's make it 2 on the form, or even 3. Yeah, that's better. Nice. Okay, so this should not be, we should actually get a select box now. Select. Yep, exactly like this. And then this one. No, this one. Goes the heads and become the form. Just import all of these things from material UI. Menu item. And now we just have this. I'm gonna remove it for now. And just check it out. Contact form, a drop down. Boom. Look, I mean, look how nice that looks. If you had to make that in CSS, you know, probably a little bit of JavaScript as well, you know, that label moving, like some type of state. You can have like a tucked away checkbox or something, but it will be kind of hacky. So I don't really know. They probably do it in React with some kind of state, but if you had to go and do this yourself, it's a lot of work, because specifically for things like accessibility reasons on a screen, you know, if you have to take that in consideration as well, your job actually becomes really, really big. You know, you're kind of more into the design and the rules of architecting these things as opposed to building the app and having it professionally accessible and stuff like that. Okay, so is this looking the same as the previous version? Let's check it out. This is a little bit more contained. This is a little bit more wide. So pretty much the same. And then obviously the inputs are different. So here I have the listings of what I do. So I need to give that options as well. So this is going to be not age, it's going to be, what did I call it here? Needs. Okay, so you get your needs, and then my options would be e-commerce. Can't even remember. Business website. It's not app yet. I didn't put that on yet. Website and app design. And then other. That's pretty strange, right? That it's doing that. So I think we definitely should fix the width of this. It's very weird. I don't know why it's doing that. This form, this notification can go away, because in here I can actually, what's this? No, I can remove all of this. Close modal. Yeah, I can remove all of this, right? Check this. This is going to be the best part. Now I'm going to install npm Formik. It's a library called Formik. It helps you create forms and evaluate things. Currently, that's a big flaw on my website. I don't have form validation set up properly, so it's pretty not good. Don't go and misuse it now, but after today you can't misuse it. Okay, once that is done, let's just import it. Import from Formik. Use Formik hook. I can remove these because it's Formik is going to handle all of that under the hood for us. And here I can set first, or just name is equal to an empty string. Then I have my email set to an empty string. I have my needs is set to an empty string. I have my, what's the other one? My message, that's also set to an empty string. Then I can have a validation schema where I basically validate these states. So I'm giving Formik state, right? I'm telling Formik, listen, I want a name state, an email state, a need state, and a message state. Like I had previously, I just deleted all of it. And it's going to do so many things for me behind the scenes. It's going to check whether there's an error in that specific field, whether you've touched that specific field, whether the entire form is valid or not, whether, like, it's going to give you so much functionality. If you wanted to do that functionality, you would technically have to build your own use Formik hook. So just use Formik because it's pretty great. And then there's, I'm going to actually kill this again and install Yup, which is a validation library. You validate objects in JavaScript with it. So this is an object, and behind the scenes, use Formik is using a user reducer. It's using a reducer to store your form state because it has a lot of different other options. For example, let's say I had a use state here for my first name, or my name, just let's say name, set name, for my set name field. And then it has an initial value of string. But now I want to determine, is there an error in this field? Or is this field been touched? So have I focused it and blurred out? Then I must change this into an object, and I have to say I need the value of this field, of the name, and I need to know if it's touched or not, and if there is an error with the validation in this field. So these three things become very important when validating forms. And if you were to do this for every single field in your form, then you would have so many use states. You would have so many of these here. And it's kind of repetitive and redundant. And this Jared Palmer created this hook called use Formik, and you give it initial values, so you can pre-populate it. So let's say it's an edit form, you can pre-populate it with different values, but you give it its initial values, and then you can use Yup to validate each time, and you can say, should it validate on each keystroke, or should it validate only when I submit the form, or only when the user loses focus. You can set all of it with Formik, so it's pretty cool. Let's check the comments. Your videos helps a lot, sir. That's great. I'm glad to hear that. What about the input field of type files? How to handle such type files for Formik? So usually with fields, I would handle a file field as its own separate piece of state. Not necessarily because Formik can't handle it. You can do it in Formik, but the validation might be a little bit different. I'm not sure, but you can definitely do it in Formik. You can have like your profile picture field here, and this will contain then your file. But validating in Yup, I don't know how you would validate it in Yup. There's probably some way you can validate specific keys in this object to make sure it's, you know, of the same type. And then on the back end, you will obviously verify that it's an actual image. But yeah, you can definitely probably do it in Formik because it's pretty versatile. I haven't tried it yet, but usually when I do, I have the tendency to move it to its own little piece of state so that I can do things with it. Yeah, hope that answers your question. Okay, so let's actually build the schema to validate this form. So I'm going to say schema, and I'm going to import this Yup package that I just installed. So I'm going to say npm run dev again, and import. So you have to import this with this syntax. Import everything as Yup from Yup. Because yeah, the way they bundled the project obviously requires that. So now I'm going to build a schema. I'm going to say by starting yup.object, and I pass an object. And now I pass the fields of the object. So first one is name, and this should be of type yup.string. So we're just telling Yup, listen, this should be of type string. So this is the way how you do it. You keep on stringing on functions for each one of the fields. And then here you can say this field is also required, and you can give it an error message of required. So if you don't satisfy this validation, then it's going to give you this error message. Then we have email, which is of type yup.string, and we can say this should be of type email, and if it's not of type email, so usually if you wanted to check this, you will have your own like regular expression. So Yup kind of has that already. And here you can say, please provide valid email, and then you can say required as well, just like this. So it's pretty cool. I mean, this is awesome. Doing this on your own, it's a lot more, and you technically do it because we understand what we're trying to do. We understand why we are validating if it's a string, validating if it's an email. Obviously people can override this in the front end, but it's obviously the user experience of, you know, if you type something wrong, it's going to tell you, listen, we know you're not doing this on purpose, hopefully, but this is wrong. Needs, we can say yup.string dot, and then we can also here say one of, so we can pass an array of string and say it should be of type e-commerce and stuff like that, but I'm not going to do that. Like if someone goes and overrides my basic options I provide them, then my backend is just not, you know, going to send the right email what you need. So that's technically your own fault. It's not like hacking me or something. It's just, yeah. So I'm just checking that it's required. There has to be a value in there, and it has to be a string. And then we need message, and we can yup.string, and then we can also give the message like a max length if you want, by saying like max and saying this message can't be longer than this amount of characters. But I'm also not going to do this. I'm just going to add in this required. So now I can take this schema and actually place that in front in the option value. And then the last thing this hook needs is the onSubmit function. So at the end of the day, when you submit a form, right, you always have some onSubmit function. And yeah, this is that function. So const onSubmit. submit on submit, like this. Now it's going to complain to me, block scope variable on submit used before its declaration. So with arrow functions, the order matters of where you declare your function. So if I change this just to a function, then it won't complain to me that it's in the wrong scope of order. Now this function receives a few things, right? When we submit, it receives the value and then some helpers. So I'm gonna set this values and then the Formik form helpers. And then this is going to be of type, hopefully it doesn't complain. It doesn't look like it's complaining to me now. But basically what this Formik object gives us is pretty amazing. So I want to get to a point where I can log that out. So I'm just going to remove this actually for now. Let's just ignore that. Now I want to console log out this Formik object. Okay, now it's going to complain about this method. It doesn't exist, so let's just remove it for now. And then if we open up everything, there's no errors because these inputs are not bound to any text yet. So okay, let's just see what it logs out for us. Okay, so ignore all of the other issues. So let's just first look at this. So it gives us this object, right, that has a property of dirty, errors, get field helpers, a lot of different others like handle blur, handle change, handle reset, handle submit, initial errors, initial status, initial touched, and then the initial values. That's the fields that we provided. So we said there should be an email field, a message, a name, and a needs. And then there is a property is submitting. So let's say you want to disable a button, right? So during the submission of a form, you don't want someone to spam the submit button. So you can just check this value is submitting and then disable your button based off of that. And here you can check the button shouldn't even be submittable if the form isn't valid yet. So that's also another nice property to look at. And then here we have a few different things. Set error. So let's say you have a login form and a user is already registered with a certain login, then you can target a specific input by just setting the error, and then Formik will kind of handle all of the rest, the way that the state updates, and then you will focus this field and say, listen, you have an error. So it's pretty cool. So yeah, that's the object that Formik provides us. So now let's start two-way binding Formik with our actual inputs. So here we have the field name. So I'm going to give it a value of Formik.values because you in this, I think I cleared it now, right? In this values down here, we can see as I start typing things, the state will update inside of this property. So this is where use Formik under the hood uses a reducer to update your state, and you don't have to handle much. So yeah, we go to Formik values and then the first name or name, and then we have a on change, and here we say Formik dot handle change, and then we give it the name of the field. So the field's name is name, and if we save that, now if we actually were to start typing, we will see, let's actually go into the React Dev Tools, and I'm going to go into the contact form, and there should be a Formik object. There's the Formik object, and if I go into, there's the initial values. If I go into the reducer, you can even see React picks it up as a reducer. You can see the values property. And if I start typing in name now, you can see name is going to update. So there you can see name was two-way binded with my property, and it does a lot of other things. So here you can see all of the errors for email, needs, and message was triggered. So immediately it gives you validation. And we can add the touch functionality by adding the on blur, because on blur on HTML elements means you've lost focus. So there's also an on focus if you want to initiate something, and if something loses focus, it's the on blur. And for this you can just say Formik handle blur, and then same, you just give it the field name. Now if I were to go back and check the touched field, the moment I go in and blur out, this property turns to true. I have now touched the name field. So now I can do validation, or now I can determine whether I show an error or not. So this is also what I'm going to do here. I'm going to add in an error, and this error will be done in the following way. So this is a way in JavaScript how you can make something into a boolean. So usually you get your truthy and falsy values, but they are truthy and falsy. Sometimes a property needs an actual boolean, not a truthy or falsy value. It needs true or false. And turning a truthy into a true and a falsy into a false is using this syntax. So now I'm going to say if there on the Formik property, the touched field, if name is touched, and on that same errors, name also has an error, then I want you to highlight this box for me. So if I were to delete this, you can see it immediately highlights it to red. So that's pretty cool, you know, quick form validation. If you wanted to do this on your own, it's going to be a hard work. And now we actually want to add that error message that's inside of the errors. So name is required. We want to show the user that this is required. And with Material UI, you have this nice helper text property on a text field that allows you to give this type of effect. So we also only want to show the helper text once this value is true as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to add this down like this, and we're going to return that one. Only two, and save. Now we can see required. So if I start typing, the error goes away. But if I go into the box and I delete, we immediately see it's required until I start typing something. So this is very nice form validation, and I thought adding this to my site will definitely be a good upgrade. So what's happening here, right? It's checking whether this statement is true and this statement is true. And how JavaScript works is if everything is true, it returns the result of the last value. So we have a true and another and this value is a truthy value. But what it's doing, it's returning the last thing inside of this check. And I'm using that last thing to then show as the text. So now I can basically copy this and go ahead and do this for this one as well. We can save this, but instead of it being for name, so we can see all of these names being highlighted, now we can just go like this and change it to email and save. And now if I were to go to email, we can say Lloyd, and then my email is lloyd@gmail.com, and now it already has evaluated it. But if I were to type an incorrect email, so immediately that's a wrong email. So it's like, please provide a valid email. If I provide nothing, so I delete everything, it's just required. So it's asking me to required, but now I say gmail@gmail.com, and now it's fine. So it does that validation on the spot for us. So that's pretty cool. And you can see these values changing. So how the errors and touched are changing as I'm going. So that's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and connect up everything else. So all of the other text fields. So with the select, it's basically the same, right? We just added to the select here. We have a value and a on change, and we just set this to just keep that for now. The on blur, and then the error, and then the help. I'm not sure if the select has these two fields, but we'll check it now. We'll check it now. I'm gonna change these all to needs because that's the field's name. And if I go back to the form, whoops, I'm messing around with this now. Okay, let's go in here, contact. Like I'm focusing something with my... Okay, this is weird. What is this backdrop? Why is it doing this now? What did I change? Just backspace a few things. So I was doing something weird in the dev tools. Okay. So let's check the select. Does this have a value property? Yes, it does. So we're going to set it to formik.values.needs. And then we're going to check, what is it complaining about here? Okay, it's just late delayed. So we have an on change, and this on change, we're going to give formik.handleChange, and we're going to give it the name of needs. Then we have on blur, where we have formik.handleBlur and the needs. So was it complaining here? Callback event fired when a menu item is clicked. The event source of the callback, you can pull out the new value by accessing this. Warning, this generic event not a change event unless the change event is caused by the browser autofill. So type event change is not assignable to the select. So what we're going to do here is, instead of setting the value with formik like this, we can say formik.set field value, and then we give the field name. So we give the field name and its value, and you can add a property should validate as a boolean. This is optional, and I think it's set to true anyway, so if you don't want it to change, you can just set it to false, but I think automatically it would do it. So here we're going to get it from e.target.value, and it's going to set that. So it's going to probably complain that I'm not telling it what this e is, but we can hover over it and there it actually tells us. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Once again, I think it's material UI underneath. Their on change is using TypeScript, so it's already picking up that it's a select change event that returns a string, and then we take that string in the value and we update it with this function. Okay, so that's pretty cool. Let's check it out. If we lose focus, let's open the context. What am I doing? What am I doing? Contact form. Contact form. What's going on? Here it is. Reducer. Okay, so the needs was touched. The message we can't do yet because we haven't done that yet. So let's go ahead and do that. Contact. Okay, let's check out what people are saying. What about the... Okay, that's already read. Your tutorials are amazing. Thank you so much, man. I know you're a big fan, thanks. I always read your comments. Thank you very much. Hello, what extension do you use in Chrome for that type of stuff? What extensions do you use in Chrome for that type of stuff? So I use a few Chrome extensions, the React Dev Tools, the Redux Dev Tools. I have this color picker, I have a JSON formatter. I have a plugin that tells you what sites are built with. The plugin's name is built with. So yeah, let's see why it's not changing. Okay, so sometimes that when I open the development menu, it's doing something weird with the overlay. But let's hook up the menu of the... Lost my train of thought. Okay, let's hook up this one. So we're gonna say this value is equal to Formik dot values dot message, and we have an on change, and we're gonna say Formik dot handle change with the message field, and we're gonna do the same for the blur. So I'm just gonna copy this and say blur and on blur, and here I'm gonna give it an error field as well. I'm gonna do that. It's negating, you double negating, and it's causing it to, I'm not sure what that word is, but you know, helper text, and that's that. So the helper text will be Formik dot touched dot, what is this, message, and Formik dot errors dot message. Then I want you to take the message and return the message, and then these I'm gonna copy and paste it in here and save, and we should basically do the same here, but this one's gonna be a little bit more customized because yeah, it doesn't have this nice logged in things. Okay, there we go, we have nice form validation. So the only one that's not complaining is this select. So let's actually check with the select. Is it possible for me to give it an error? Yes, it is. So Formik, can you guys know what this is now? Formik touched, and then it is the, what's this, needs, and if it is touched and there's an errors property of needs, then you show errors. So now if I were to reload this and touch it and go out, it should highlight it. But now this error is still, this label is still the wrong color. So let's actually go ahead and say Essex, and we're gonna say if error, if Formik, that same thing. We're just gonna copy that same thing. It's getting a little bit messy now, so you probably wanna like refactor this somehow, but yeah, this is me just trying to finish now because I just hope you guys like the long videos and I'm not like wasting my time. But yeah, so here we can add in the style for the color. So I'm gonna add this to error.main, and this color is just gonna be common black. So now it's giving that why is it, when it's there, why is it, if I type and I go away and I start typing and I'm taking it, so that should stay red. So why is it not staying red? Is there a helper here as well? No, there's no helper text here. So we'll have to add in some label, or let's add in a typography. I think you can actually have it, it's a form error or form helper text. Yeah, you can add it in here, and we're gonna say this form helper text when a select. So once again, this entire freaking thing we're gonna check if that's true, then we display this property. So here basically the same happens, right? So we do the and then we say, okay, the last thing is the thing that gets returned at the end of the day. So okay, so I'm not sure why that's not working and why this is not showing. So many things open. I'm getting so confused. You know, this is a long session, eh, guys? What extensions do you use? Okay, I'm reading the same things. So if you guys, these guys who are still here, if you haven't liked the video yet, please give me a thumbs up. That would be appreciated. But thanks a lot for watching. And yeah, we're almost done with like the front end. That's technically the only long part. And the modals for the services is the last thing I need to do. No need to have done any portaling with this, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so this form is giving me a little bit of an issue. So you just select, so if needs is this and this, then return this form helper with that error. Okay, so that's probably why it wasn't showing. And let's give the color, so let's give it a color of the error.main. So if I go in and out, it goes away. Okay, there we have entire form validation set up. So if I actually type it, and I choose one, and then I can hit send at the end of the day. That probably, did that trigger something? Okay, now it's not even doing anything. Well, that's cool. Okay, so that is done and hooked up, so we can actually see all of these values. Here's the button. Let's actually use a material UI button. Let's see how that would look. Probably look weird. What is going on? It's not loading. Wait, is this material? Yeah, it is a material UI button. Oh, it actually looks pretty sweet. Wow, it looks like I can actually do this for all of the buttons across the entire app. That actually looks cool. Okay, so now I want this button to be of type submit, and this on like handler is basically now just gonna log all of the values that it receives. So the values that it receives is equal to the values that you've read in. So let's actually go and create an interface in here. Oh, here it is actually, contact details. So we're telling it, we're giving it this style. Okay, so then we're gonna get that, and here we're gonna get Formik helpers, and this is of type Formik helpers. I think let me hover over this. Formik helpers and contact details. So literally copy this and paste that in, so that this function now can also give us some intelligence about that object. what is it complaining about here? I need to import this from Formik. So let me just get this from Formik. So Formik at least has its own TypeScript declarations as well. And here I'm just going to log out the values. So now you will be able to see the form submit. Console. Reload. What is it still complaining about? Invalid prop type Jordan supplied forward ref modal. Expected an element that holds a ref. Didn't you accidentally use plain function component for an element instead? I'll take a look at the dialog now. I think I should use dialog. I think that's the issue. But let's actually clear that. Go into the Formik over here, and I'm gonna run this function. Okay, we shouldn't see that on every keystroke. So we can remove that. You can add this in as lloyd@gmail.com and just clear this quickly. The needs is e-commerce. Please help. And then we can say send. And it's not console logging. So it's not running this on submit. And the reason for this is because the form doesn't have an on submit. So the form needs to be have an on submit, and then we can say formik.handle submit, just like this. And then I can now press submit, and we can see the object of all of the values being logged. So our form is completely filled in. So that's nice. And here is where we can then use this function up here, send contact data. And this makes a fetch request to my API, where it's API/version/contact. I make a post request with the headers, and then I send the details in the body. Here I do a few error checks, and yeah, basically this is going to be done in a different way because of the use of Strappy in my backend. So I'm going to remove that for now, and I'm just going to log that. So we're back to square one of this. So let's just give this contact form. I'd have thought this contact form has like a set width. It can't go to wide. But clearly I'm not setting that anywhere here. So I'm just going to give this a max width. I can actually remove this, you know, because this is just going to be a6 padding y of 5 rem. And then I'm gonna say the next things are background color of gray dot. Now I have to go to the object again because I can't remember it. Always have it open on this object because you're gonna use it a lot. Gray, so with the E, gray dot, and then it should give me options here. No, still not. Okay, I want this 700, 800. Let's just say 500. The gray 500. And then let's quickly check how it looks. So this is okay. It's a little bit different gray. What is this color? Triple E. So I believe there is a triple E here. It's this one. Yeah, see, it even considers like the most common gray colors. I think it's A200. There you go. And did it have padding all the way around? Yeah, it's padding all the way around of 2 rem. So like this. And a max width. And we can set this max width. I'm gonna set it to 400 pixels. No, that's way too small. 600 pixels. 650 pixels. Yeah, that's a little bit better. How much is this? 700. 700. There you go. Okay, so there we have our contact form with a lot of validation before it sends. And we can actually disable this button. So we can set this button's property of disabled whenever Formik.isValid is not true. And we can set the loading. I believe there is a loading. No, there's no loading on this button. Okay, so it's valid now, but as soon as I remove something, it's not valid, so I can't even click it. So now I must type something in all of the fields before it sends. So yeah, I hope you like this. Okay, hello. How did you acquire your first customer? So it was actually a family member. I did just a normal portfolio website for his photography and videography. And yeah, it just kind of escalated from word to mouth till there. And then obviously having the YouTube channel has gotten me at least 2. So pretty much. Okay, so that's looking sweet. Now I want some notification message when this is sent, because this form is going to have some states, right? When we send this email. So I'll do that not now. So let's actually go ahead and make another git commit, git add, git commit, refactored modal context and components using MUI. Oops. Okay, so npm run dev again. Now the last thing we actually need to do, I think all of this material UI, we have to make the font sizes responsive, because these font sizes are not responsive yet. See, these font sizes are too big. They should become smaller as the screen go, and these were set in our material UI theme. So there is a way, a very nice way of doing this. So let me actually open another project here, and I'm gonna use that as reference for myself. So inside of where we did the theme, so in the context tree component, here we had the create theme. So we have the palette and then the typography. Now we are using these 2 types mainly. We have the body 1 and body 2, but body 2 is already small enough. I don't have to change anything of that. But I want these values to be mobile, so, or responsive. So whenever that were to change, the theme would actually update as well. So yeah, let's actually take a look at how to do that. So I'm going to go into my website again, and I'm going to go into the breakpoints. So the first breakpoint we remember is 1532, and there the font size looks fine to me. Then we have the 1200, where the font size also looks fine to me. Then we have the 900. I think it's at this breakpoint where things are like, this is a little, it's still okay, but it's a little bit too big for me. It's not looking clean. It's looking a little bit, you know, it's in your face. So yeah, I'm gonna make this smaller. So from the medium breakpoint off, so we can remember in the breakpoints, we have the values, which is medium of 900. So now we can go into the theme, and we can do the following thing. We can say that based on some breakpoint, which is going to be in this array, I want the font size to be some value. Isn't this awesome, guys? And when the font is between this value, I want it to be of this font size. And then you can remove that and add the font weight bold, and then just update the font size dynamically. So this is pretty cool, and we can do this by getting the theme again. So we need the theme breakpoints to determine these breakpoints. So how we can do this is by actually creating the theme. So we can say let custom, or just let theme equals create theme. And then we can use this theme. We can say, so this returns, if you don't give it any options, generates a theme based on the options received. So we're not giving it any options, so it's just giving us a normal theme. So here we can say theme dot breakpoints. How cool is this? And it has a function between, and you just specify between the extra small and the small. I want the font size to be this, so I'm just going to set this to medium. I want the font size to be, I don't know, what is it currently? What is it at this position? Currently it is 32, which is 2 rem. So we want this, so from this breakpoint to this breakpoint we want that, and then from the medium breakpoint to the, let's say, the large breakpoint, or the extra large, let's just go from extra large and up, we want the 2 rem. And then here we want 1 point, like what is it on this website? Let's do it here. 900. It looks like it's still 32. When does it go small? At 800. So at 800 we're making it smaller. So I'm just going to do it at 900 now. So what is the font size here when it goes smaller? It's 20 or 1.3 rem. So 1.3 rem and save. And we want to do basically the same idea for the body. So I'm just going to make this font. And I'm going to set the body. I think initially the body is set to, so the typography, the body number 1 is set to 1 rem, so 16 pixels. So initially it is 1 rem, and when it gets to the medium breakpoint, so only need this one, I want it to be 0.8 rem. Okay, so let's check it out. So here it's that size. Oh, there it's a little bit too big for my taste. So I have to set. Okay, I see what I did wrong. I need to set one from large from and up. So from extra large and up, I also want it to be this size. So I can actually say from medium and up. Here we go. Look at that. That's awesome. I just love that. The moment it gets to 900. Boom. Boom. So what is its current size in this? So that's actually a substantial drop. So I'm just going to make it 1 rem. Because it's actually too much of a job for my opinion. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that's actually a lot better. Because it actually was more than 1 rem. So yeah, now it looks better. I like that. Very nice. Okay, so now we just need to do these services modals. But I think I'm going to leave that for now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start with the strappy side of this project, because this is looking good for me. I don't know, what do you guys think? I'm going to start with the strappy part. Okay, so I have Sajab, continue. I'll continue. I'm going to continue, don't worry. This is looking good. I'm happy with how it's going. And I'm not going to stop until this is done, guys. This is my challenge to do this. And yeah, I think it's going not too bad. So that dark is a little bit too dark for me. So I'm guessing that's wrong. I set that up wrong in the modal. So in the contact form, where I added in that piece of the grid item, so it's this drop down. This label, this shouldn't, it should just return an empty object. Yeah, no, it doesn't have that dark. So if it has an error, so there it's still wrong, which is a little bit weird, but that's okay for now, I think. Like, the reason it goes up, it's like it's being another label, but it's not. It's not. Like, I've done it in this project as well. Let me quickly check it here. Component, contacts. Okay. What? Oh, you know what? I didn't have a drop down there. Oh, no, it's okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave that for now. And where are we now? What are we trying to do? The modals. I'm gonna start with the strappy part. Sorry if this sounds like an interview, but I'm getting into the field, and I like hear from people that have already made it to here. No, it's okay, man. What is the biggest challenge you face with a customer, and how did you go about solving it? Definitely communication. I think communicating to a client what you need to do or know how to do. You don't necessarily always have to be as upfront about you not knowing something, because a lot of times you don't know, but you go and look at it. But if you are struggling and not finding out something, it's important to communicate it with the client. If you're unsure about something, communicate it to the client, and work agilely with a client. So what I mean by that is continue asking the client feedback. So what I like to do is set up a dummy site, and Versal helps do that very easy. You can just create a dummy branch and then give that branch to the client and say, okay, every day go and check there. If something doesn't seem right to you, just let me know from the get-go, so that they spot mistakes quicker. And definitely if communication is bad, then everything is going to be struggling. But your scope of your project should be well defined. You should really spend time in sitting with the client. If you have to call them, Skype them or whatever, you sit with them and say, okay, you want me to make a website that has this and this and this and this. Is that all? And then you're going to keep on doing that until they're like, yeah, I'm happy, this is all it needs. And then you tell them, okay, this is what your website is going to have. Nothing more, nothing less. I'm not going to give you, if you want anything added to this, we can do it in the next phase and stuff like that. So definitely controlling your customers' expectations and communicating well is key. But okay, this is cool, this is cool, this is cool. The blog section, let's quickly go and do that. So the blog section, I'm not going to go into the individual blog page because that's a little bit different things happening now. So under the blog, I'm not going to go into the slug page, I'm just going to go into the normal blogs here. So we have a head, and then we view all the posts, and all the posts is loaded inside of a section with an H1 that says blog posts, and then here we render some posts that's coming in. And once again, this is very static. It's actually inside of my posts folder here, which is bad. I want it to be inside of a Strappy database in a way. So that's the idea. So I'm going to make this a box for Material UI. I'm going to make this typography. I'm going to push this up there as well. And I believe this was a variant of H2. And we can set this to text align center. Okay. So now that's almost pretty much where we want it to be. This post grid, I'm just gonna work on that now. And if you have no post yet, just the typography of a variant of body 1, and this should also have a SX of text align center and font size. Do we want to change the font size? Then we can just as well make it in. No, I don't want to change the font size here. Just keep it as it is. Okay, and then we have the post grid. So this is all material UI now. What is this doing? A container. So we have a container here, and then a class of posts. So let's actually go into all posts and see what is this doing. So this is just centering whatever is inside, or this in the middle. No, this is terrible. I'm gonna use a container from material UI, just like this, and I actually want to make it a max width so that it fixed to the nav bar's width of the container, just like this. Okay, so now I'm missing this margin for this, so I'm gonna add in a SX with a margin of vertical of just Y of 2 rem. So we had 2 of those. So I'm just gonna. That still doesn't seem enough. Okay, and then on this, I want to add margin bottom of 1 rem. Make it 2 rem. Okay, and then this grid that gets rendered here is now actually going to use a real grid, not a list like this. The thing with the list, what was my intention behind the list? I'm not sure if it was SEO intentions or whatever, but yeah. Wow, thanks guys, 50 likes, that's awesome. This video has been watched by 520 people. And currently there's only 8 people live, 9 people live. Thank you very much, I appreciate the support. Okay, so once again here I'm just gonna rename these index and then go to that file and save. I'm gonna rename this to index. I'm gonna go to this file and save. Okay, so that's all done. Now I can actually, yeah, I can remove this, right? It's not being used anyway. Yeah, remove. And then I can remove this as well. Nothing here to be seen. Delete. And then, okay, so post grid, this is the index. So the grid is looking like this. We're giving this as the grid, which is not cool. I'm gonna use material UI's grid and say this is a container, and in here I'm gonna add grid items. So each grid item will be one of these, and it will contain a key that tells React this is a list, and the post inside like that. So now it's probably gonna throw it in a completely wacky order. So that's fine, all good. Now we just have to set the size. So I'm gonna say on extra small screens, this should be the entire space. On a medium screen, so let's actually break down the breakpoints. Medium is this size. We want it to be 4 in a row. So we can say at medium screens, we want 3 columns each. And at larger screens, or let's just say extra large screens, no, maybe large. No, this is large. So maybe this should be, each one should fill, so there should be 3. and this one should be 3. Oh, extra large and up. There can be 4 in a row. Yeah, I think 4 should always kind of be the standard. If I save this, it's kind of being a little bit weird in how it's rendering. So there's 1, 2, 3, and then here it's doing a little bit of a weird thing. Each should take 4, so there should be 3 in a row. So small should then be 6. Extra small. What am I doing wrong? I think it has to do with the card, right? So let's actually go into the card and check out what's going on in here. So it's an ally, which I don't know why I did this like this. But basically I just want the same type of idea that I have with this cards, right? These cards. I'm going to do the same thing. It's just blog posts now. So if you go to blogs, oh, my menu, I have to work on that as well. Okay, so the blogs I want to make in a card. So this is the entire card, and I'm going to use a material UI card, and I'm going to just hide this, and then I'm going to have a card header, which is basically, no, I'm not going to have a card header. I'm going to have the media, so this image. So this, I'm going to have that there. It's not going to be a div though. It's going to be, whoopsie daisy. Just remove all of these. This should be a box. Okay, so this is fine. And then we're gonna have the card content, and that would be this part over here. And once again, it's gonna be a box, and this will be a typography of a variant of an H3. That seems too big to me, but let's check. And then here we have some time, so this will be of typography and a variant of what did I add to the other card? It was the project card. I had a card content, and inside of that there were typographies. Okay, so that's all good. This is a body 1, 2, sorry, and this should be, I think, also a 5. That just seems too much. And then the paragraph, this should also be a little bit bigger though. That should be a body 1. Let's go back and see how this looks. So it's looking a little bit weird because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row, and my grid that I explained is definitely doing something wrong. So all posts, and then we have the grid. This grid is doing something wrong when it's large, right? So what can I say here? LG, it should take 3 columns each. There should be spacing of 2. I can remove this class. I think this is what's causing the issue. Yep, it was what was causing the issue the whole time. Well, this actually looks pretty nice then. So like this really does looks nice. This cards in according to the other ones I had. So I just have to get their heights to be, 100%. Don't do this half thing. 100% height. Commit to your height. And yeah, so the post item. So this should actually link to that. So this entire card is going to be in a link. And this entire card is going to be inside of an A tag, because according to Next, it has to be this way. Okay, so this is how it's looking. And if we actually were to crop it, you can see it is nicely formatting. Boom, I really like this, man. I think this looks sick. The spacing is a little bit weird. Not sure where it's coming from. The container. So this container still has like a style on. Oh, this margin is too big. Yeah, I should make that mobile as well. I'll show you guys how to do that. So we can remove box. Okay, so that's fine. Now they just have to commit to their size. So how do I do this? Well, I'm gonna tell this card, which should actually be the individual grid item. So the post grid. These items should fill their entire height. So can you say full height? Is that like a property? That would make sense, right? Height 100. Okay, so it's not this though. It's the. This is already taking height 100%, right? So if we actually were to hover over it, we can see it's already taking height. It's the card that's not committing to the full height. So if we can get the card to go to height of 100%, then it will commit the entire height. There we can see it. Okay, so let's do that. On the card, we now need to add this. So on this card, we add that script, and boom. Now they are always equally sized. Well, not always equally sized, they're equally row sized. So if one in the row is longer, then the rest is gonna like feel that. So what is this doing? Like this box here is the image, this is the card content, and this I'm gonna remove now. I don't want this. And then I want card actions. Did I get this from Material UI? Yep. Okay, and then I want to check how I did it in the other card as well now. So I just had a button with the size of small. And all that it's saying, this is going to say read. Just read. Or read more. Let's see which one looks better. Okay, so we don't want this containered effect. That's not what I want. That's not the cool thing. So I'm wondering if we have to set the style to display of block, and then we go back. I should actually set this one's height to 100%. Okay, and then this, it's like the content is getting restricted. because I want them to be of the same size and height. I want this part to display a flex of 1. So if this card were to be display of flex, which I thought it was, but probably not, which I'm going to do is I'm going to say display flex direction column, and then I'm gonna set this image, that's fine, but this one I'm gonna give a flex of 1. Can remove this. Now it should push everybody's to the bottom. Yeah, okay, so that's better. I think some of these titles are still too big, in my opinion. I can actually make this a 2 as well. Or H1, that just seems too big. This also seems too big. Now the body is literally bigger than that one. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like that, and I'm gonna give all of them as SX property of margin, or just padding Y of 0.5 rem. That looks better. And for this entire content, I want to give it a background color of primary.main. So I actually want to give this to this entire card. And then the color of everything should be common white. And the button should be of common white. Okay, there we go. I think this is looking good. I'm gonna leave that section because that has to do with how we parse README files and HTML and stuff like that, which I'm not gonna be worrying about. These cards, I'm not gonna get to it. This video is gonna be way too long, or the live stream is gonna be way too long. So yeah, this looks good. Now it's this modal that needs to be fixed. Yeah, let's do that. So let's just quickly check the blog post when it's mobile. Yeah, this is all good. The side draw menu we need to work on, and these modals. Okay, so let's actually go ahead, do another commit, git add, git commit, blog page refactored using MUI components. Okay, npm run dev. Okay, so now we're going to work in the context again, because we want to set some specific value to show inside of this modal. So what I'm going to do is, inside of the context, the modal provider, I'm going to add a new piece of context here, but it's going to be open service modal. And we're going to have some content that gets pushed to that modal. But we'll take a look at how we do that now. But now I want to add these to the object as well. So now it's getting added here. So now we have access to it in our state tree. So now inside of the job row, so the component, the projects or services, the job row, in here is where we're able to click on a job for reading more, find out more. It's this button. So I'm actually going to make this a button, and I'm going to give it a class name of button, and then I'm going to give it a color or a variant of outlined, and yeah, that's it, I think. Where was that at? Down here. Okay. So this contact form. What do I have with that one that's making it jump like this? I like this actually better. This rounded buttons, or this cornered buttons. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? You guys watching, do you like these rounded buttons, or do you like these just normal curved buttons? Because which one I choose, I'm gonna have to use it across the whole app so that the buttons are consistent. Let's leave it like that for now. So as soon as I click this, so I'm going to say on click, I want to handle service, handle load service, handle load service modal. Let's do it like this, and I want to actually run this as an anonymous function because I want to add a value or argument to this and give it a string of this is for what are we looking info into. So this job, what do I get as these props, right? So I get data and left, and I want to basically take this data and populate it. So const, what's this function? So actually I can just, I don't need to provide it as a arrow function. I can just give the pointer and this function will run, and I want it to take this data in the props, so the props.data, and populate it inside of some piece of state, so that my modal that gets open knows what data to show. So let's go to the context, and here I want to create a function or just another piece of state that holds my currently active. So first of all, set it to null, and this will view my viewing service or active service, viewing service, set viewing service. Why is naming so hard? Okay, so now I'm gonna have to update it up here as well. I actually didn't even do that with the rest. So I wonder if that's not even necessary. But I've been doing it all the time, so let me just do it. I'm gonna copy this down, and this initially will be null, and then at the end of the day it would be the same as the rest. This will be false, but this is going to be for the service modal. Okay, now I have to add it to the interface. So this is the context. Modal context interface. I added it in here. Why did I add it in there? No idea. Interfaces.ts. Copy this bad boy. Yeah, so now I want to go in here, import these bad boys. Whoopsie. This is a long session, guys. Damn, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Hey man. So basically I'm refactoring my website. So I've been busy for quite a few hours now, but I'm refactoring my website and using Material UI. So this is how we are currently looking. So it's pretty nice. It's looking good. It's looking good in my opinion. We have our blog posts. It gets rendered out here. So it's all looking pretty good in my opinion. So if you click on a blog, you actually go to that blog, and then yeah, with the contact form we add in validation to the form. So we've learned how to use Formik and add validation. Everything is mobile, so everything is responsive. We have different things like modals, this pop-up and stuff like that. So yeah, welcome. You're welcome to sit in for a little bit. We're gonna jump into Strappy and do some backend things for emailing and loading dynamic data in just a sec. So yeah, I'm just trying to stay with because I'm getting a little bit tired. So let me just keep on focusing. What part was I working on now? I was working on the service modals, on these modals. Okay, so this is to open it. It's going to be a Boolean. And it will be basically the exact same as this one. So I'm basically working in TypeScript as well. And this viewing service, this is going to be interesting, right? Because this is going to be that job. So it's going to be the service info, which has a title, a text, an image, and info. And this info property then has a description, an included, and an excluded. Yeah, that's basically what it's gonna have. So I have to tell it it's gonna have service info from that interface. That is correct. This is what's gonna be in here, or null. Or null. It's gonna be that or null. And this is just gonna be a function that returns void. Well, no, it's also going to be a function. It's going to be the same as this one, but instead of us setting it to a Boolean, it's going to be these two. Okay, so that's set up now. That's pretty dope. Dope. Now, what's the issue here? Dispatch Boolean is not assignable. So modal context interface, type service, set service view are incompatible of null. Okay, so this has to be, we have to set this to this as well, so that TypeScript just knows that it can be both. Okay, so there we have that. You can mark this as Boolean, but TypeScript kind of infers that already, and it's not going to change to anything else. So now we have that context. Now inside of our, not in here, we need to set that data. So I'm going to actually access that context by importing use context from React and giving it the modal context. Let's actually quickly, that is imported, great. And we want to pull out the set view service. Set view service. And we also want the set open service modal. So first off, we're gonna set view service equal to the props.data, and then we're going to set open service modal, and we're going to set that to true. So this is pretty easy, right? So we have that, we click on the type of service, that service prop that gets passed in, then gets added to context, and then we open the modal. So now we need to go to the layout where we open that modal and actually bring it back in. So here we don't have the sidebar ready yet, but we have this one ready yet. So this is going to be it's going to be an onClose function, and we're going to pull in not any of these. We're going to pull in the state. Up here, we're going to get the open service modal, and then the set open service modal. Because what we're going to do with that is going to say open service modal, then you should open. And the set open service modal close will basically just set it close. False. So let's try this out. Let's check how it's working. If I click this, what it's telling, more info context is not defined. So inside of this more info, we need to do a few things as well. So in more info, we want to open the modal. We're able to open the modal and view what info is being displayed. So generate more info body. There we actually need some material UI. This is to open, so close the modal and then open modal. So open contact modal. So what we're going to do here is remove these and just go into the use context and just the modal context. And we're going to pull out the set open contact modal, and we're going to run that and set that to true, and the set open service modal, and we're going to take that and set that to false. And then this is when we close the modal. So we're going to set it like this. That will close the modal, and now we get the info from the context here. So we can say viewing service, yeah, so the data of that viewing service. And then we're just going to take, instead of more viewing, we're just going to do it this way. Okay, let's check it out. I'm very curious to check this out. Okay, so now it's opening the entire page. It's opening this modal across the entire page, which is wrong. I don't want it to do that. So let's actually check out what is causing this big boom. Okay, so I can kind of see it already. This needs a box, and I think we should start using the dialog. Let's use the dialog. So dialog from material UI, it basically works the same. Dialog, I believe. Yes. Okay. So it works the same. If we view this one, it works the same. This is awesome, man. This is freaking awesome. This is just so cool. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, let's change this. This should be a typography in a variant. This should be a variant of, I think it was a body one. This should be a typography of variant H4, which I feel is a little bit too big, but we'll check it out, see how it is. There's going to be a lot of crampingness on each other there. Typography, a variant of an H4, which I feel is too big as well. And then we have our lists. So I'll sort the list out now by saying this is a list and this is a list item. You can import these from Material UI. Import list item as well. Okay, so let's see how this looks. Nice. It's a little bit too big, like I said, obviously. And if I go to contact here, it closes that modal and opens the contact form. So that's pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. How are you guys doing? I see we've lost a few. How are we doing? How are we doing? I think I'm gonna go with Material UI's buttons across the entire app, or I should keep it this way for these, but it just looks too different. Let's drink a little bit of water. I've been at this for nearly 7 hours. I've been live for 7 hours, but I started an hour later, so this has been 6 hours of coding. That's crazy, guys. Okay, let's get back into it. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this for now. This is too big. Let's make the actual typography like this is a 5 and this is a 6. Let's see how that looks. It's still too big. Let's make them the same size. That's a little bit better. This is way too big. This body 1. That's better. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it like this. I'm just gonna add in SX here of padding Y of 1 rem. I think 1 rem is gonna be too much though. That looks actually not too bad. So if I click on another one, it gives me different options based on that option I'm choosing. So that's pretty darn cool. So on this page, which is the more info, we have the list item, the exclude, include. Here's the button. So let's just add a Material UI button. A variant of outlined. And a color of primary, which it's already going to be. So let's save that and go back, view. Okay, let's just maybe keep it as a normal filled one, contained. There you go. Yeah, I'm gonna update all the buttons on my app. I like these more. They just look like buttons. It looks like polls, not buttons. So yeah, let's quickly do that. It should be quick. This is all done. Awesome. Okay, let's go ahead and make a commit that we've done that. Git add git commit -m refactoring. What did I just refactor? Modals. And the other thing I actually need to add, let me quickly do that first, is the side menu. So this menu that needs to open. So once again, we're in the context of modals, and I'm just gonna create a modal state here as well for the side menu. Open side drawer, and then set open side drawer. Okay, gonna copy this up here. Okay, now we want to add that in the object of the values that gets passed down in the tree. Okay, now we want to add this to the interface. So make this a boolean. Make this also a state setting function, which is just going to be the same as this one. Okay. Now let's connect up that logic with our side menu. What did I call it? Modal, header, more info, navbar. Is it in here? No, side menu. Here it is. Side menu. So I'm doing a portal weird thing here. I don't know why I'm doing that. Just stop doing that, Lloyd. Don't ever do that, Lloyd. I'm gonna remove all of that. And this we need to update using Material UI. So I'm gonna just create everything as a box. Copy paste. Okay. Here we have a list again. Here we can use Material UI's list. It will work nicely with this. And we'll have list item. So let's import that as well. Add that in, add that in, add that in, add that in, boom. So another thing I'm kind of seeing I didn't do properly is add in these href allies. So I'm gonna have to remove this, remove this, remove this. Yeah, I love doing that. And then just remove this and let's destructure. And then I'm gonna get the modal context, and from here I'm getting open side drawer and set open side drawer. We don't need the logo. Okay, let's go. So this is basically just gonna be SX with a width of 300 pixels and the background color of common dash white. Okay, this is the image. Here we want to say set open side door menu to false, and this should basically be whenever we click on any of these, it should do the same, any on these list items. And here we should go to the contact, so we need to const switch to contact modal. And what we're going to do here is we're going to set open contact modal and set it to true, but first we set this one to false, just like that. We don't need this actually. Okay, so that's the image wrapper, that's that. Here we have what is the problem here? No problem. So So we can say on click, we can say switch. Yeah. So let's actually import from material UI the link as link MUI. Okay, projects. This needs to go there. Okay, let's check it out. It's not opening yet because inside of the layout I need to bring it in, and this is going to work with a drawer, a side drawer. So let's go into material UI and get a drawer, and we can move it in from the left, move it in from the right. So I'm going to move mine in from the left, so I'm just going to get a drawer to wrap this. Drawer from material UI, and I'm gonna wrap these in there. And this has an anchor, and the anchor we're gonna set to left, and then it also has an open and on close, so the same as these. So I'm just gonna paste that in there. I'm gonna close all of this. We don't need that data there anymore. And this is going to be for the open side drawer, and set open side drawer, just like this. Okay, now we need to change this thing's interface because its interface is complaining that it's asking us to get this information, but we can just remove this props as a whole, removing this interface as a whole. And we can save this. And now if we try it out, are we running? No, npm run dev. This should actually work. Like, we've done a few work here, we've shot through that, but let's go. Okay, so is this refreshed? Yes, it is. Okay, mobile, open the menu. Open the menu. Let's check what's happening with the state. It's the layout state. And in the layout component, that's where we're doing everything, right? Okay, let's quickly figure this out. Why is it not launching this drawer? Am I doing something wrong? Let's check it out. Toggle the drawer. We have a list. We have a box where we give it a width. Okay. And then we have the drawer with these. So that should be fine because this list gets generated from this function. So unless the state is not triggering, something else is happening. So let's figure out what's going on here. If I press this button, I have to go, where is the state? It's in the context, so it's the modal context, modal provider, okay. So now I'm here, I'm pressing this button, and nothing is changing. So there's the side menu, but it's not opening because our button, our hamburger, is not triggering that menu. So let's go into this, the nav bar, the inner scroll, inner nav. Is it this one? I believe so. And then we have this box over here. We have an on click, and this is where we'll open side drawer function, and we'll quickly create that function. Const open. Okay, and here we want to say set open side drawer, and we want to set this to true. Boom. It's working. It's working. So there's a few upgrades I need to make. These mobile responsive paddings are a little bit too much. I can do those upgrades. But now all of the modals are basically working, so that's pretty cool. Okay, so what I want to do, right, is I want to quickly set up the email form with Strappy, and then I'm going to host this. I'm not going to worry about the dynamic data for now. That's something I might do in the next video, or just as a normal video. And then, yeah, we can at least see how the contact form gets to work with Strappy. Or let's see, maybe I should stop it now. I don't know, what do you guys think? I think I should maybe take a break now and then do the Strappy part in a different video, or I should continue. Okay, so let's quickly change all the buttons, and then I think I'm gonna start ending this live stream. Okay, so where's all the buttons? Let's start from the top. We have in the nav bar, so in the inner nav. The nav bar, inner nav, we have buttons down here. Yeah, the brain is becoming foggy. Definitely, man, definitely. I can't feel my feet. It's also cold. So this list item over here is the one that has the button class, because it shows my services. And where do I add that button class? Here it is. I don't want this to be a button no more. I want this to be this type of button, from material UI button. And then I can remove this. I can give this a color of secondary. And now you're gonna see it's gonna be actually, and I'm gonna give it an outline, or a variant, sorry, this variant is not correct, of contained. And then I can remove this. So instead of having it like this purple, I want the primary color to be a different color. So let's actually go into the app context where we create our theme, and I want to set the secondary color to my secondary color in my app. So let's actually go here. This is the secondary color. Let's grab that. Oh my gosh. Let's grab that and add it in here. Save. And then this contrasting color is actually my primary color. So now, if I go back, I can see that that button is now a different color. So let's refresh. It's still actually the wrong color. Did I never save this? Yo. Main. No, it shouldn't be the same. It should be a different color, right? It's definitely, that's the wrong, yeah, wanted to say. There we go. Now this should update. Okay, there we can see we have our new. This is not aligned center though, so we can definitely see that that's not aligned center. Yeah, so if we were to take this UL and say align items center, then it will be in the center. Then it looks nice. I like this. I like this a lot. So let's actually say S6 align items center. Okay, so now I want to change these two buttons on the Euro section. So these are the buttons. I don't want these buttons no more. So I want this to be a button for Material UI, as well as this one to be a button for Material UI. And this can have an on click because it's going to open the contact modal. Doesn't need an href, doesn't need an underline. What this can be is this can be a variant of outlined, and this one will have a link from next wrapping it. Okay, this is going to have an href, and this needs to be inside of an a tag according to NextJS. And I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to give this a variant of secondary. And yeah, what's next? This has to come from NextJS. Let's reload. Unexpected box. Box is an unexpected identifier. Oh, this should be color and variant of contained. And this should be button. Okay, let's check it out. Okay, so this outline one is not going good, so let's make it outlined secondary. What if we had it outline white? I don't know if that's gonna be, oh, that's not, I don't think that's a color, so let's say common white. That's also not a type. So what type of colors does buttons have? Buttons. Let's check it out, the API. And we can check out the colors. Colors is primary, secondary, success, error, info, warning. And yeah, let's just keep it at secondary. I think that's fine. It actually looks good. And then this one. It's inside of the projects, my projects. Over here, right at the bottom, we have this button, which we can make an actual button now. Don't need that. We can give it a variant of contained, and then a color of secondary. There we go. So that's actually pretty cool. I like that a lot more. Across my entire app. There we go. That's pretty cool. Okay, so currently my website's not going to send anything because I need to connect the API. But I think I'm going to leave all of the Strappy content for another stream where I'm going to add Strappy to my project and we're going to learn a little bit of Strappy. So yeah, thank you just so much for everybody watching the video. We've gotten this far. This is how the website looks now. I'm pretty happy with what we've done today. We've refactored an entire portfolio website using Material UI, and I think that is awesome. And yeah, I just really appreciate everybody for viewing the stream. That's crazy. Like, I didn't expect the stream to be this long, but yeah, it looks like I got comfortable with going on. So thank you for the audience, and yeah, I'll see you guys in the next stream and in my next videos. Thank you very much for your support, and I'll see you in the next one. So let me make it a big camera and I can greet you guys nicely. Thank you very much for viewing the stream. You guys should have a good evening or whatever the time is where you're from, because I'm gonna sleep now. I lack of sleep now. But yeah, I'll put this live as soon as the contact form can send. Then you will be able to see everything that I've done on my actual live website. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this, and then see you in the next one. Cheers.